All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is March 11th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting's also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Ban, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, Commissioner John Maya, staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates, as you're pretty much aware, we have one today is a package store only meeting. Tomorrow, March 12th, we'll have a meeting that is disciplinary items and every other type of license application. Then we have April 7th, which is a Tuesday, and then April 21st and April 22nd is on the schedule as well. While in the meeting room, please silence your cell phone and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. We do have a few items that need an interpreter. They will be called when the interpreter arrives. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Take a moment.
I think the people that come here a lot know that when our staff is in the back, there's something important that has happened or is about to happen, or with huge sadness, we are announcing the passing of our beloved Sue Warner, who, even though had only been at our agency for 2 years, really brought a lot of joy and warmth and calm demeanor and exceptional work to our agency. When she joined, I was already chair of the agency, so I embraced her when I was introduced to her. She just got such a great smile, and she loves snacks the way I love snacks, so we share snacks, and she's just a great person, and she was always at the office. Like whenever I go to the 9th floor, which is not where my office is, I would always see her. And I love that we have another woman up in enforcement, and really, really embraced her. And she passed away on February 20th after a very, very brief battle with cancer. And she loved working here. She came here after 22 years and dedicated her life to the state, and she worked at ACS as a child protective specialist. So it's just heartbreaking for our team. Since I've started, this is the 3rd person who's passed away while being employed by this agency. Sue now joins Sunshine, Stuart, and Kenjo, who we miss hugely. And we share our grief with all of you here, and also with our colleagues over at ACS, and I'm sure they miss her as well because she was there for over 2 decades. Sue was only 47 years old 2 young children, parents, partner, and we send them our love and support during this difficult time. And I ask all of you to share in a moment of silence with us. And to the team in the back, I really, really appreciate all of you. I know it's a big loss for all of you, especially the ones that have worked with her, supervised her, and supported her through her time here. So I also thank you for going to the memorial service on Friday and representing our agency and showing solidarity and support for the family. Thank you.
With that, do you want to go in recess?
We're just gonna take a 3-minute break, everybody.
Nope, we'll be back on
I would
shortly.
like to take a moment to say to Sue's family and to all the people here that worked with her, knew her, not necessarily my words, paraphrasing the words of a very famous man, and that is that the pain and anguish that you all feel for her loss soon give way to the cherished memory of having known her and having been loved by her as you loved her. Thank you.
We'll be back on this record shortly. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. We are back on the record after a brief recess. We do have one kind of administrative item for the agency. It is 22A. It is a proposed advisory for the retail-to-retail sales of wine and liquor pursuant to Chapter 613 of the laws of 2025. I don't know if the members have any comments or questions, or if you're
I just want to double check that there's no one from the public on this item.
You can't hear me? So this is 2022A. It's a proposed advisory. It relates to the newly enacted legislation, which went into effect on March 5th, 2026, allowing for retail-to-retail sales of wine and liquor. This is a proposed advisory with the agencies basically giving guidance on how to conduct these transactions pursuant to the law and how the agency will basically conduct compliance.
So let me just give a little bit of background of what this is about. Our legislative partners, Senator Skoufis and Assemblymember Sturpey, have worked very hard on this legislation, and we're grateful to the governor for supporting this concept. This is a piece of legislation which may seem very minor when you look at the number of bottles or the volume that we're talking about, but it's a significant change for small businesses that are having they're restricted by law to buy from wholesalers only. However, the change here would allow bars, restaurants, and on-prem 6 bottles from their local liquor and wine store. This will ease a burden on small businesses by giving them more purchasing flexibility, especially during emergencies, and support neighborhood retailers across New York State. This law was signed by the governor on December 5th, 2025, and because of the enactment clause, went into effect on March 5th. Last week. And so our advisory will lay out how the agency will interpret what is constituted as one bottle, and also speak a little bit about how our enforcement team will look at compliance-related issues. There will also be FAQs that will be on our website. I know a lot of liquor stores and restaurants alike are very curious to see how this will actually go into effect and what their obligations are about, record keeping and receipts and things like that. And so while we do not opine on behalf of the tax and finance group, we try to do as much as we can as far as making implementation easy and enforcement smooth on the other side of it. So again, we thank Governor Hochul, Senator Skoufis, and the Assemblymember Sturpey for their dedication and their work in making this happen. With that, do I have questions from the commissioners about the advisory as drafted?
No.
And I also want to thank the executive team that put in a lot of work into getting this across the finish line, providing technical support to the legislature, and also drafting the advisory and the FAQs that are now pending.
If the members are ready to vote on whether to adopt the proposed advisory, Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I've read the advisory thoroughly and I vote to adopt.
Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
and Chair.
And I vote to approve as well. Thank you.
All right. So with our first item in Buffalo, that's number 20, Ghost Liquor LLC. Number 20 is someone for Ghost Liquor.
We also have opposition for this as well.
1 second.
All right. Yeah. All right. Just 1 second, right quick. So are you so who's in Buffalo? Just so we can get that. Are you opposition?
I'm
You're
not
the applicant? You're the applicant? Okay.
Yeah.
So the applicant's in Buffalo and opposition's in Albany. No, it's, wait,
No,
who's
we have
in
opposition
Albany?
here too.
Opposition's in Buffalo. I'm thinking of the next item. Apologize. Just getting this together. I know.
Sorry, Don.
No, it's okay.
All right.
Again, it's number 20, Ghost Liquor LLC, and if the applicant can put his name on the record.
It's Anis Carzon.
All right, and we do have opposition there, if they want to come up and speak.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Navneet, and I'm the owner of Transit Town Wine and Liquor located at 4285 Transit Road. I opened my store in March 2023. I respectfully appear today to express.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. So you are the closest store that's 0.6 miles away?
Yes, that's me.
4285 Transit Road?
Yes,
Okay, and then I just want to point out that there are also 2 other protests that's on file, but you're the only person that's in the room.
No, there's
No,
one
there's
other.
someone else. What store do you represent, sir?
Premium
Can
wine
you come up?
spirits and stuff. Oh, sorry.
I'm
I
sorry,
am-
premium
Yes.
wine and spirits?
Correct, located at 7980 Transit Road.
Okay, and that's 1.9 miles away?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay, is there anybody else that's in the room to protest?
No.
Okay, all right, so I have 3 on the record, but 2 in the room. All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
I respectfully appear today to express concern about the issuance of another liquor store license in such close proximity to our existing business. This store would be 0.6 miles from my store and less than a 1-minute drive. Since opening, we have made significant investments in our store, our staff, and the community. We expanded our selection to more than 1,300 liquor products and 1,200 wine products, ensuring that local consumers have broad access convenience without needing to travel outside the area. However, the economic conditions in this market have become increasingly difficult. Sales trends clearly show that the local market is already strained. You guys have seen our sales trend declining in our initial protest to this application. Since submitting my written objection, those trends have unfortunately continued to worsen. At the same time, operating costs, including payroll, insurance, and rent, continue to rise while profit margins have narrowed. These combined pressures suggest that the local market is already saturated and struggling to support the existing businesses operating responsibly in the area. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to consider whether issuing another license in such close proximity, only 0.6 miles away from me, truly serves the public convenience and advantage, or whether it risks destabilizing an already weakening retail environment. I appreciate the board's time and thoughtful consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, I also concur with the owner of Transit Town Liquor that sales have been under downward pressure, as you all may very well know based on the survey data you might have requested and already in receipt of. National trends are not favorable for the product we sell at this time, and as she had just mentioned before me, we all face the same reality of increasing rents, increasing costs in every direction, but it's more difficult to cover with sales that are not growing. I've also been in this location for over 30 years, and want to also mention that in very short order in the last few years, less than 5 to 6 years, we've gone from 2 stores in this trade area to 3 now. We now have 3 stores inside of a 2-mile length along Transit Road today. So that means we have only 0.6 miles in each location today. That would be obvious to the north of me, my location about 6.6 miles to the south, and of course Transit Town Liquor that's approximately 0.6 to 0.7 miles from there. So to add a 4th store inside of that area would seem inappropriate at this time based on the sales trends that we see. But that's pretty much all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Applicant, if there's no other opposition? Thank you, sir. there anything you want to say? I do have some questions.
So I do believe that New York State is a free market. So if there is competition, it should be allowed. I do intend on operating a very responsible store, not allowing any loitering, having a clean storefront, all these sort of things. So I hope that the board would see that and see that I'm simply trying to operate a business in a responsible way. And so,
Sir, what I read is that you currently work as an electrical engineer, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that you work remotely in the evening and weekends, but you plan to have no employees at the liquor store, is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
You have an investment here of only $35,000 to get this business started, is that correct?
Yes,
Is this property already built out?
yep, it's rented and I have a lease signed.
One of them.
But is it built out, or do you still have to pay the cost of renovating and building it out, making it a liquor store?
It's built out, I need inventory and I need shelving, but that's about it.
You need an inventory and what?
Shelving?
Okay.
Shelving.
Do the members have any further questions?
Yeah, I have a question. What are you bringing to the immediate competitive environment? Why would I want to go to Ghost Liquor?
Well, it's a fairly broad area and there's a fairly good amount of population living in Amherst, Cheektowaga, and the neighboring areas. So it'll add convenience, one thing. Another thing that it'll add is a brand image. I feel like the current liquor stores in the area don't have very good brand image, and I would like to bring a little bit more brand and culture to the market. That's one thing, and then also I will have a delivery focused approach. So online and delivery will be a main focus of my business model. So social media marketing, online ads, delivery, basically like liquor for the modern generation.
The protesting store is still there. Can I ask you guys a question? Or did they leave? Can I ask you guys a question? Because I got a letter from, I believe, another competitor, but he didn't put the name of his store down. But he says in his letter that a store nearby applied and was denied. Do you recall anything like that or not really? It's just a yes or no question.
There was a store at Transit Main Street area that had applied and was denied prior to Transit Town's successful application. I'm aware of that. Without having research in front of me, I do remember one store in our discussed area, yes.
I understand. All right, great. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
All right, if the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. The proposed store here is said to be 1,000 square feet with 760 square feet devoted to retail. The applicant works as an electrical engineer, proposing to do that during the day work at the liquor store during the day by himself and work remotely in the evenings and weekends as an electrical engineer, which makes for a very trying schedule. To have brand image with only an investment of $35,000 is doesn't sound likely to me. However, the opposition starting with the first person that spoke, reported in gross sales of $1,665,832 in 2024. In 2025, due November 18, 2025, so I used the whole month of November, reported sales of $1,310,747. So I take that figure, I divide it by 11 and multiply it by 14 to account for our holiday bump. And I see that Transit Town was projected to make an increase. They're not losing any money. It's a very marginal increase. But they're a big store. They're 3,000 square feet, and they're only 0.6 miles away. And it takes, as was noted by the opposition, about 1 minute and 12 seconds to drive 0.6 miles at 30 miles an hour, even less if you're driving at 40 or 50. And they're a big store. And then the next store, also in opposition, would be projected to make a loss for 2025, but they're 20,400 square feet of retail and doing sales of over $11 million. The next one doing sales of over $2.2 million. The next one after that, sales of over $4.9 million. I think that the applicant is going to be up against very large stores that are very, very close proximity, that have no doubt large stock. I haven't heard an argument that really says that he is offering public convenience and advantage. I think that the area is adequately served by the stores that we have. I also have a note that there are 17 stores within 5 miles of this proposed location. So with all that said, I respectfully have to deny the application.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay, I need an explanation here. The gross of this entire area is about $21 million, which is huge. And I always believe that there's a correlation in, not a complete correlation. It's correlative between the square feet of retail and the numbers. And you have only 760 square feet. My inclination initially is to say yes. And I'm just going to tell you, sir, Mr. Carzo, I was hoping you would curate yourself a little bit better. Tell me what you're doing. And that now presents the problem to me, because when I see 21 million, I like to say yes. So this is very difficult for me. And at $35,000, I don't know. I'm going to deny this one. And I did not want to deny this one, but I'm going to deny this one.
All right, I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't find public convenience an advantage. This location is extremely close to another store. There is, just for that fact, is by definition no public convenience and advantage as far as the driving community is concerned. The applicant did not disclose sufficient investment to sort of execute the game plan that he's talking about, as far as digital advertising, et cetera. There's nothing different in the product selection that he offered. So I'm not going to find public convenience and advantage.
All right, so the application's denied. The next item, we have individuals showing up in Buffalo and Albany. It's number 21, MARYUMA LLC.
Sorry,
So the
Donald.
individuals for.
Sorry, Donald. Can I just go back and just add one more element to my last comment?
Okay, so that's back to.
I just want to mention that all the neighboring stores, by my read of it, is showing a decrease in sales. That's all. And so it doesn't substantiate increased demand.
That's for number
Sorry about
20.
that.
Ghost
Yes,
Liquor
that's for
LLC.
number 20.
And the individuals that showed up for that one, they're free to leave.
Yes.
So is that for number 21, MARYUMA LLC? Is the applicant in Buffalo or Albany?
Buffalo.
Buffalo. All right, sir. Can you put your name on the record?
My name is Yasser Abazid.
And then we do have opposition in Albany if they want to, if they can go first or at least introduce themselves.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Alexandra Becker from Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah. With me, I have J. Raj Patel from KRUPA LLC, which is the closest store. I have Deepal Shah from Zovi LLC, the second closest store, and I have Sejal Patel from Mahatswamy 2 Inc., which is the third closest store.
I guess if the opposition can go on and present.
Yes, absolutely. So as we sit here today, there are 8 stores within less than 1.5 miles of this proposed location. There has been absolutely no growth in this area. There's been no population increase, no development, nothing that the applicant can point to as to why another store is needed in this area at all. And as you can see from, the maps that have been submitted, this new store is squarely in the middle of the other stores that exist. Most crucially, this particular location that the applicant is looking to license is actually a problem and a threat to public safety. It is immediately next to and appears to share a parking lot with a school, and is also immediately adjacent to the Basilica of Sacred Heart of Jesus, a large church and primary attraction in the area. As you can see from the record, there have been numerous protests from community members, including a member of the Common Council, noting that this immediate area is having a lot of issues. They're saying there's been muggings, there's been shootings, and this is in the opposition that the authority received, and that the community is working very hard to stabilize this immediate area, but that the addition of another liquor store would absolutely not help that effort. So I think particularly given those terms, on top of the absolute proliferation of other stores, there's no public convenience and advantage at all in adding this license. I would like to invite the licensees here to also speak. They have invested, significant portions of their lives and certainly their livelihoods in their stores. And the addition of another store would be absolutely detrimental to them. So Jay, if you want to say anything.
Sorry, can I just ask you which stores you represent again?
So this is J. Raj Patel. He represents KRUPA LLC, which is the closest store. On my side here, I have Deepal Shah, who is from Zovi LLC, which is the second closest store. And then this is Sejal Patel from Mahatswamy 2 Inc., which is the third closest store.
Okay, thank you.
Jay?
Yeah, so my question is, like my business is not going up, it's the same. Actually this last one was slower than previous year. And I don't know what the main reason to have a liquor store next to, like not even half a mile, and it's not even convenience to have a liquor store there.
Sir, we got your gross sales. Ordered $2,069,154 in 2024. Through October 13, 2025, you reported $1,991,150. Doing the math, as you all know I do, I show that you would be projected to make a profit this year of $2.7 million. About
You mean gross sales?
gross
not
sales,
a
gross sales, gross sales.
So this year my business actually the last month was slower than last year's.
I'm just working off the numbers that you gave me. You gave me
Well-
through October 13. I didn't go all the way through October because that's less than half the month. So I divided that by 9 and multiplied it by 14. I'm just saying that you said, you're not making a profit, but you were projecting your gross sales based on the numbers you gave are projected to be higher 2025 than 2024.
I'm not saying I'm not making a profit. My question is my business is not going up the way it is what it was there. It's not new customers, it's not new population, or it's not new growth in this area. Actually,
That's
a lot
fine.
of car.
That's fine, sir. That's fine. Those are different arguments, and that's fine.
Hi, my name is Sejal Patel, and I'm from Mahanswamy 2 Inc. I'm the second closest from this store, the new location. They're trying to open the store. My business is already in a decline mode from last 2 years. It used to be in a 2024, 925,000 per year. 2025 is 840,000. And this year is already in a decline. And I'm really right now is kind of in a surviving mode. The next door convenience store is closed, and there is because of all this situation right now. I think it's gonna be tough time for me for this year. I'm there since 2016. Yes, I don't make lots of money, but I do survive over there. With the one more addition, I think I'm gonna have a hard time to survive over there. So that's my concern, and I don't think it's going to help it to anyone, not to the new business, not to me, and not to the population over there and the community over there.
Hi, my name is Deepal Shah, and I'm a part of Zoe LLC, which is the third closest store to the applicant. And my concern is that last year, when City Liquors opened less than a mile from our store, our business saw immediate effect. It went down by 16% last year. So another store opening within a mile is going to, just like Sejal mentioned, it's going to hurt us. I don't think we can even survive that because we just saw a decline by 16%. If we would have been notified at that time, we would have objected at that time too. But past is past, but we are here today to please appeal to you that if we can somehow, stop this from further declining, we would really appreciate your consideration. The other thing also that we're facing problem is all these new dispensaries that are opening up is like really cutting into the disposable income that an average client comes to our store to spend. So I know that is a whole separate issue. We cannot do anything about it, but what I can do is fight for this matter while I'm here. Yeah, and we would really appreciate that consideration.
And I think, again, the biggest issue on top of the saturation is this specific location presents an issue not just for public convenience and advantage, but also to the community at large, as they've expressed in their opposition.
All right, so let me just clarify, as council pointed out, that there is an opposition from a member of the Common Council. You mentioned the Sacred Heart Basilica and the Syracuse Academy of Science Charter School, but the testimony is that they share a parking lot. It's not within 200 feet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And basically, we have a fence. The next door building I own, which is it's a tavern, and then there is another building. It used to be a newspaper, which is vacant right now.
You are the applicant, right, sir? Are you?
I am.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. So the tavern you oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, whether the school and church are within the SLA's, 200 and 500 foot rule, it seems they are not, but we know the authority has the ability to take into account not just public convenience and advantage, but also the interests of the community and public safety. And so we would put forth that under those grounds, this location absolutely has no merit on top of the saturation that already exists.
Right. And
But
so
they are
we
with
have
200 foot, which is that is required between the church and the school.
yes. Okay. Let's just go to the applicant. Sir, are you aware that, do you have a representing counsel?
No, ma'am. I represent myself.
Okay. Are you aware that there's been a bunch of letters that were sent beyond the ones that were sent by the neighboring stores? Have you requested the file and looked at the protest that's in the files?
No.
Okay.
This is the first time I see there is a protesting about me opening. I'm working on this location for 2 years. I built it up from scratch. Basically, it's built up to be a liquor store, just the inside and out. And basically, I invested about like $180,000 just to get this building different than any other liquor store. What I have prevented on this location is just like, if the location was vacant, I took it and I renovated, I remodeled it, and now it's completely different. I added to the street and added to the area where I am, because it was vacant and it's encouraging all kind of activity. But for right now, we clean it up, we don't have no activity. Basically, the tavern is still open and we're still working on it.
Sir, have you spoken to the representative, I think it's called the Common Council person that covers that district, that area?
No.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody, any of the business associations or residential? Then I
No,
think
sir.
it might behoove you to speak to those persons and see if you can alleviate the concerns that have been voiced to us.
I'm open for that.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, sir, so, because you don't.
I mean, I don't
have-
want to harm
I
the
have one
community
question for
where
him.
I am. I'm open to serve the community. So if that's going
Yes,
to be.
we understand that. We understand that. So there is a number of letters that were submitted, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to try to make a determination today without you having seen those documents.
Okay.
So the first thing I would do is either ask the staff there, or you probably have to send an email and request the documentation.
Okay.
And then, you know, there is, as we said, there is a local, you know, elected official who is opining on this. And also there are a bunch of residents who have expressed concern about the proximity to school and church, even though it's not within 200 foot. So we will give you some time to explore those things and see if maybe you can overcome some of that before we decide. I understand you've been doing this for a long time. I see that your company was formed in 2023. So, and as you mentioned, you've spent a significant amount of investment in this. You know, I'm looking at the file. I know you also run the tavern. You're also saying that you're going to continue in your full-time employment and work at this place, and then you may not be open on the weekends. So I'm just suggesting to you that when I look at the application, that doesn't really offer public convenience and advantage, which is the standard we have to decide these applications on. If you're saying I'm going to have a store, but I'm going to open when I'm available, that's kind of like not how this works.
I start this January. I left my job. I'm 100% on the business right now, so I'm running just the business right now.
Okay, great.
Because I know
So-
that is going to be my 100% job, where it's just
Okay.
like I'm going to manage the
All right.
tavern and the liquor store.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you some significant amount of time. I'm gonna give you 2 months to request the documents and then go talk to local electeds and maybe neighbors. And if you need to change what you put down in your application about employment and whether you plan to spend time at the business, reach out to licensing and talk to your examiner, and do try to amend your application to reflect that accurate information of how you intend to move forward here. I think that will put you in the strongest possible position before we decide here.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to adjourn this to May 13. And the opposition is welcome to come again. They do not have to come again. I have your testimony.
And could we just go on record as just saying, for future notification, none of these 3 stores received notification of today's actual scheduled hearing. We actually heard about it from one of the other stores.
But they didn't initially submit opposition, only one store,
did.
so.
Well, we did
They
submit
did
opposition
submit
on behalf, and we didn't
After
get
you,
notified. And
after you found out about it, right?
no, we submitted opposition when we put our sales figures in. We have an email saying we note our opposition for the record. I'm just saying, just to make sure we
We'll
please
look
get
into
notified
it.
for when they come back.
You will now. Thank you.
Fabulous, thank you.
If I can say something to
Thanks
the
for bringing that up.
opposition, the concern for me is here the community opposition. I've heard from the local store owners. I purposely took the time to let you know that I amortize. Everybody kind of knows this already about me, but to let you know that what I see going forward in 2025, the numbers. So that argument I've heard. If you do come back, I think it would be good for me to hear the exact concerns of the community if they haven't been worked out or anything like that.
Understood. Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant before I will absolutely vote to put this off, but is the applicant on the screen?
Yeah, if he speaks, it will come on.
I
It's
am here.
voice activated.
Okay. Mr. Abazi, okay. I want to just ask you something because I missed it. Which tavern do you own?
Layalina Tavern.
Where's that?
That's next door to the liquor store.
Okay, number one. Number two, how long, you've owned the land since approximately 2023?
I went on business 2019 to start with.
Okay,
Yes.
and just let me ask you something. How did you acquire the property? Was this out of a tax sale or how did you get the property?
The property I
I'm trying to
bought
get
it.
Economics, what's that? No, I know
I
you
bought
bought
it from the previous owner.
From the what? Oh, from the previous
The
owner. Okay,
previous
so
owner.
it was not a for sale. Okay, because I
No,
was
sir.
just looking at the building. That's all. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. And, okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
I think Chair Fan mentioned putting this off for a couple of months, and I will,
May the 13th.
I agree with that.
And Commissioner De Leon, you agree with
Absolutely, yes.
And sir, so to get the documentation, to get the letters that we're talking about, do you know your full board notice that you got, the notice you got
Yes.
to come here today?
Yes.
There's an take a look at it. There's an email. It's board info. That's the email
Yes.
address. But take a look at that notice. Send an email to that, and we'll send you the letters that
Okay.
they're talking about. Okay.
All right.
How's that?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Nicole, thank you. You can sign off. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 1, Lakeside Wine and Liquor of CNY LLC.
I'm recused on this.
Okay.
Reconsideration.
And who is actually representing the applicant, or who is the applicant?
Hi, Devin McCarris. I'm representing myself for Lakeside Wine and Liquor LLC.
What number?
It's number 1, and it's a request.
Number 9.
Number 1.
Oh. Okay, this is a reconsideration. Let's vote on reconsideration first. This item was denied. Commissioner Mayor is recused. There are only 2 votes here. All right, if you want to argue for reconsideration, ma'am, first, you have to tell us why the board should reconsider this. What is the new information that you're bringing to the table?
Okay, yep, so first, to address that concern, the reason that it seemed like I was denied last time was because of the other closest liquor store's impending sale, which I came to talking about, and I heard about it right in front of you. So I submitted in a letter all of the different forms of when I started this process, which dated back to January 2025. So you can see in that letter that was submitted my New York State Department of State filing receipt, my IRS assignment of employer identification number, my New York Business Express confirmation email, my letter of intent to rent, and my New York State Department of Taxation and Finance certificate of authority. So those were all dated before that store talked about selling, which was in April.
I'm not understanding your response to my question. My question is, what has changed since you were denied?
Since I was denied, so that was your last words when I was denied, that you didn't believe that I didn't know about the impending store sale, because the opposition brought along the gentleman who was trying to buy the store, and I didn't know anything about it. And on top of that reason, I sent to you further information about why I when I started this process, which was long before anything about that sale. Like I said, I didn't know anything about it. And then the second thing that I sent in with my supplemental stuff for this was in terms of the store that is going against me not having a sign posted. And so I submitted that in the beginning, and I submitted that as well now that they don't even have a sign showing that they're open, which I believe is against the rules.
All right. Let's vote on reconsideration.
Commissioner De Leon?
I haven't heard anything that warrants reconsideration of the decision that we made. So unfortunately, I have to deny.
And Chair.
All right, I'm going to deny reconsideration.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Recon's been denied. Oh, God. Next is number 10, Liquor Depot LLC. Number 10, Liquor Depot. Yep, there we go. So who is who?
Good morning again, Alexandra Becker from Whiteman, Oxford, and Hannah. I represent the applicant. With me is Sheena Watkins Singh of Liquor Depot LLC.
Robert Romano. I believe Tom Garrett and Mr. Patel.
Is that mic on?
I can't
Mr.
hear
Romano?
Mr.
For you, Mr. Romano. Is the mic on for you?
Yeah.
Jonathan,
Yes.
for you? It is on? All right.
That better?
Yeah, if you could just kind of speak
Okay.
up a little bit, yeah.
I believe, yes. So I'm here for the opposition. I'm representing TOG Enterprises at 720 Hoosick Road and VVRN Hoosick Inc. at 260 Hoosick Street, the two closest existing stores.
Sorry, I'm confused. Are we on number 9 or number 10?
I thought 10.
Okay. And number 9 and number 10 are married couple?
I just have.
Is that right?
That is my understanding, but these are fully separate applications, and I do not represent Ms. Singh's husband.
Okay.
All right. This proposed site, I'm here again with Mr. Garrett and
If
Mr.
the opposition in Albany want to come up and stand
Yeah,
also.
If you'd like to stand up.
So we are talking about sorry, who do you represent, Mr. Romano?
I represent TOG Enterprises, Inc.,
Which is
the closest, and also VVRN Hoosick, Inc. at 260, that's the second closest.
BVRN, yes. Okay.
I'll try to be brief. Currently, the four closest stores to this proposed application, are actually, it's closer in this application than one that you had denied just several months ago.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Right.
And that was about guns.
What's that?
You made an argument about guns.
I brought it up, you dismissed it, so it wasn't a factor.
Yeah, I dismissed it.
Right. The market here is stabilized. It's really a stable, modest market. It is a small market. Evidence of that is the four closest stores' sales figures, which are declining. The market is not expanding. What this would do is divide an already stable market and basically a constrained revenue pool, and you would have stores feeding off each other and to the detriment of the existing stores. There has been no service gap in their application. I saw nothing that the other stores are currently providing. You have my submission, which goes into further detail. Again, you denied a similar application here within the past 6 months. And the previous application that you denied was actually looked better on paper because the stores were farther away than it is in this particular case. So there really is no reason to grant an application like this and a location like this an approval, given the stagnant sales. Actually, sales are decreasing, and my clients are going to get to that in a minute. They're decreasing significantly. And with that, I would like Mr. Garrett to explain his particular circumstances with regard to sales. Thank you. Tom?
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Tom Garrett, TOG Enterprises, 720 Hoosick Road, Troy, New York. We were here 7 months ago, and you denied that application for 820 Hoosick Street. That was approximately 3,800 feet away from my store. This store is even closer. It's 3,700 feet.
When was that denial, sir, Mr. Garrett?
That was April.
It was in April 25, and then it was reconsideration was denied. I'll tell you when, in June.
Okay, keep going, sir.
Okay. Every store in the area is down, including mine. They say this store is even closer than the last one. My business has gotten worse. My corporate year starts November 1st and runs till October 31st. For November 2025, I was down $9,347.94 from the previous November of 2024. December 2025, I was down $15,408.33 from December 24. Now, I did bring my sales tax returns from those November and December to show you. And I don't know if you want me to give them to somebody here, but these are the returns from the emails I get back showing that I paid my sales tax from 24 and 25. Really no need for another store. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them,
The only thing I'll say, sir, is, yeah, I can appreciate that as the years have gone by, perhaps your sales have gone down. Council has represented that they have significantly gone down. But everybody knows how I do my math. I amortize. I want to know where we're headed. And, you know, you're stable. You're not what I see for 2025 is you'll make slightly more than you made in 2024. Nothing substantive. But again, as to the representation of it all depends on how we look at the numbers. And I'm just letting you know how I looked at the numbers based on the numbers that you give me. That doesn't mean that that's, you know, the end all of the vote. I have other questions in this case, but I'm just letting you know.
And I appreciate that, sir. Just to go further, January and February were down approximately 9,000. So if you add those figures up, that comes out to 33,000 for 4 months, which is 1/3 of the year.
Oh, you're talking about 2026?
Yeah.
Yes.
January, February. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't.
It's not really those numbers. 33,000 times 3. My business would be down approximately 99,000 for the year.
That's very. I can't dispute that at all because I'm working with what we were given for 2025.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Oh, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Good morning. As you mentioned, the numbers are stable, but those numbers are stable with inflation, and those are not bringing in new customers or increasing the volume of if you look at the individual item being sold, or the individual customers' tickets are much smaller than the previous years and year before that. So if you look at the numbers since COVID, those numbers are drastically if you compare from those years to now, those numbers are much lower than just comparing it with the just previous years. And as we see this year, I know that you said that you cannot speculate based on what the numbers are going to be this year because we haven't done the full year business yet. But if you look at just January and February compared to last year's January, February, and the year prior to that, those numbers are still not matching anywhere near that because, again, customers' tickets are much smaller. They don't have a budget to spend the money they used to spend in the previous years. So yes, it's a stable number, but with the stable numbers, those are not new customers. Those are just previous customers just because the bottle cost and bottle prices has gone up over the years. That is why it's stable. If you take the inflation out the picture, the numbers are down with the bills, taxes, school taxes, the utility bills, all that stuff. If you take those factor into it right now, it would make a huge difference.
I understand. That is a very cogent and plausible argument. I fully understand.
So one of the, when we say the numbers are down, we're comparing all the other bills and everything, because over the years, the bills don't go, they don't lower, they'll always go up and up, you know, based on the market.
Yeah, it's undeniable that between insurance and constantly increasing rents, labor costs, minimum wage, that we know that small businesses are increasing their expenses as we go here. And I do also know that prices of alcohol is not coming down regardless of tariffs canceled or not canceled. We're not spending less on anything, that's for sure.
Okay. And I'd just like to reiterate the point that it was only in April. I mean, I'm not looking at this as a reconsideration request, but you are coming back to the same circumstance, facts, patterns, traffic patterns, population patterns as 6 months ago.
It's just that has there been a significant improvement in the past 11 months in this area to justify increased demand in alcohol? So that's determination. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would first like to effectively rebut what Mr. Romano just said about this being effectively a request for reconsideration. If we look back at that application, which was first before the board, it was a very strange series of circumstances. It was before the board 3 times. January, it was the substantive discussion was in April, and then there was a reconsideration in June. During the substantive, I would say the substantive discussion in April, the primary focal point of that application was the fact that it was next to a gun store. And the board correctly noted that that presented a massive safety concern. That was the primary basis for the denial of that application.
That is not true. Sorry, excuse me.
If you would let us continue.
I'm sorry.
If you watch those hearings, that was the primary decision that the board made, and in fact, another primary factor in why the board did not grant reconsideration, because that gun store still existed. Notwithstanding all of that, as that applicant correctly noted, there is additional public convenience and advantage in this Hoosick Street corridor. And in fact, the very busyness of this corridor is what creates that public convenience and advantage. So I don't know how much familiarity the board has with Hoosick Street generally, but you cross over the Hudson River and you're in Troy, sort of the downtown area of Troy. Hoosick Road then continues up a hill for several miles and continues east towards Vermont. The portion of the store that's in Troy where the licensees are and where the applicant would be is incredibly busy. There are over 40,000 cars per day, and it can easily take 20 minutes to go that 0.8 miles from one store to another. And so the huge benefit of adding an additional store is that we would be able to service the people who are living immediately adjacent to this proposed premises. And as you can see from the diagrams we submitted, as you get right off of Hoosick Road, particularly right by our proposed premises, it is a hugely residential area. There are huge amounts of neighborhoods that emanate off of Hoosick Road that all have to use Hoosick Road to get east or west in either direction. There's also a CDTA bus stop directly across from the premises, and a huge amount of people commute via public transportation. There are also huge amounts of sidewalks. And so being able to offer an additional store within that space could save people having to travel up to almost an hour to even get to any of the existing stores. The store that was proposed last year was 828 Hoosick Street, which is further away from all of the growth and development. So as we've pointed out in our submission, there's huge development going on in Troy. some of which has been completed, some of which is in the final stages of completion, and some of which is still in process. That's going to add huge hundreds of thousands of square footage of both commercial and residential space. And people traveling to and from those businesses and residences are going to be using Hoosick Road. So for that reason, we do think there's huge public convenience and advantage within this corridor. And certainly that making a determination in favor of this application is in no way, changing precedent that the board previously set based on the circumstances of the prior store. I have with me today Sheena Watkins Singh. I'm sorry? I have with me today Sheena Watkins Singh, who is the principal, who would like to speak to the board and share her professional experience and why she believes that this location has huge public convenience and advantage.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sheena Singh. I'm the applicant for Liquor Depot on Hoosick Street in Troy. For the past 16 years, I've been actively involved in our family businesses, helping establish and operate several gas stations and retail businesses. Through that experience, I gained hands-on knowledge in operations, staffing, compliance, and the day-to-day responsibilities. I also have a master's degree in business management, which strengthened my understanding of business operations and responsible management. I come from a military family. My dad's an Army vet, so hard work and discipline has just always been the way I was raised. For many years, I focused on raising our children while also being actively involved in our family business. Now that my kids are older and I no longer am changing diapers, I finally have the time to build my own business. So in 2023, I opened a medical spa in my hometown in Missouri with my business partner, and more recently, I opened a second location in New York. Operating those businesses has given me direct experience in managing staff, working with vendors, and running a day-to-day business. When I was evaluating locations for the New York spa, I reviewed several commercial spaces in the area. During that process, I came across the Hoosick Street location, and I saw how busy it was. While it ultimately wasn't the right space for the spa, it stood out to me as a strong retail location, and that's what later led me to consider it for Liquor Depot. So my goal is to simply operate a responsible, well-managed store that serves the community and fully respects the authority rules.
Please note that this store is located within a newly renovated shopping plaza. The plaza was recently bought and sold. Clearly, they are seeing that there is reason to put money into these premises. We would be within a plaza. The proposed premises is the closest store within the plaza to the road, so it's clearly
tell us about the plaza, because the pictures are not doing any the pictures submitted to me are not doing any justice to that, to the plaza that you're describing. So could you paint a picture for us?
Yes, absolutely. I will start, and you jump in. So the plaza itself has a parking lot of about 20 spaces. There's a number of businesses in there, including a restaurant. It is also immediately adjacent to a Valero gas station. It is across the street from a CDTA bus stop, a Walgreens, and also, I believe, a mobile station. And there are a number of businesses right in that immediate area that would obviously create reasons for people to stop. I would also note that I believe it's TOGS is located 0.8 miles further up the hill in its own plaza with a Price Chopper, and it has its customers drawing from that base. And there's continued development up the hill. There are additional plazas going in up there that their business would draw from, and there's significant business coming in down the hill towards the Albany and the Troy area that we believe VVRN would draw from. Is there anything else we can answer for you about the plaza? Yes, it was recently purchased and renovated as well.
So what is she offering here? Why does somebody want to pull in? I never hear that, by the way. Why do I want to go there?
Why do you want to go to this store?
Yes.
So, and again, feel free to jump in, but part of the issue with the existing Hoosick Street is, like I said, it can take you 20 minutes to go 3/4 of a mile.
I got that, but when I walk in there, what makes me want to tell people about it and come back?
It's in a beautiful new space. It's going to be beautifully renovated. It's going to have a fantastic product mix, and it's in a space that's very accessible via car, bus, and if you're walking. So there's a lot of reasons that consumers would want to go there. Not to say that we're certainly not disparaging any of the other stores. We're merely pointing out that there is an opportunity for existing stores, and often the existing stores, if you go in, good for them. There's lines of many people waiting.
Can I ask the applicant a question? Are you originally from New York, ma'am, or?
No, sir. No, I'm from Missouri. I've been here the last 17 years.
Okay. I'll try to ask this as delicately as I can, but there were some issues that were raised regarding character. These events are years away. I think the last one in 2007, but there are 5 of them. And I'm certainly a person who believes in accountability. I think everybody knows that, but I also believe in redemption. And some of the things that you addressed today indicate clearly to me redemption. What was that about so long ago? If you can just give me a sentence or two about it.
And just to be clear, I would prefer that we not go into any detail on the record, given the nature of what we're discussing here.
We don't have to. We don't have to.
But I would just say that as soon as that issue was raised, Ms. Watkinson was not aware that these questions went back as far as they did. Her prior counsel was not someone who does a lot of SLA work. As soon as she was made aware that she needed to get this information, she literally flew to Missouri to get this information in her hands to get it to you guys, which should be a measure of how seriously she takes this and how much this means to her and how much, like you said, of a redemption process has occurred here.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
you can. How old in 2007?
How old? 25.
I'm satisfied.
Thank you. I appreciate
Right.
that. As soon as I found out about it, it was just something that had just slipped through the cracks, and I moved to New York, like I said, around 17 years ago. So that happened several years before that, and that's why I took care of it.
You addressed it very well in your statement.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
We did deny a store there, not more, around 6 months ago. It was, as I recall, for the reasons stated here and brought up by Commissioner Mayer regarding the gun, was a gun store nearby? You dispute that?
I
Mr.
recollect,
Next door, there was a gun store next door?
My understanding was that it was specifically mentioned.
All right, let's not rehash
not
it.
to be
Let's not rehash it. Okay, let him vote. Let him vote.
That was my recollection. Okay. In terms of the numbers, everybody knows how I do them, and I see the 1, 2, 3 closest stores, either stable, mostly stable, with slight increases in sales. I guess what really impresses me here is the character, quite frankly, of the applicant and the way she presents herself, despite the issues that I raised, and also the argument of counsel that there is public convenience and advantage here, which I found to be pretty thorough. And so I will vote to approve this application.
Mr. Mayor.
I voted to approve 828 Hoosick some time ago. That's the one next to the guns. I thought there was public convenience and advantage on this very congested road. I'm going to just make a note for whoever wants to listen. I'm developing a correlation between retail space and numbers. And this store is 1544 versus 1100 on that other application that I also voted yes for. So I'm voting. And lastly, just to everybody else, please take a picture of these plazas so I can see what I'm driving into in your applications, but I vote yes.
All right, I vote to deny. There is, from my recollection, from my read of the numbers, the neighboring stores are doing flat or decreasing numbers. I don't find public convenience and advantage. I think that there are 2 pending applications from the same family, and they're in the beginning, this application was actually commingling funds from the 2 stores, and they've talked openly about running an empire together. So I don't believe that these stores will be run separately. Either way, it's approved, and I strongly remind you that these stores need to be separate. We will check, and if they are co-op buying or commingling it, we will take one of the stores.
Understood. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is number 9, Liquor Estate LLC.
No, I don't even remember. Did you see my notes?
What number are we on?
Number 9.
9. This is the husband.
This is the husband.
Oh, yeah, this is the one where I had a question.
So we do have opposition in Albany for this.
Hi, so are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
Okay, is that your
That's my attorney.
Okay.
Let's get you. Let's put- I don't recall reading that.
It is?
All right.
I gotta tell
Are
you,
you
I read a lot of.
ready?
You know I do.
If you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman Fawn, Commissioners De Leon and Maya. My name is Alyssa Yohe. I'm the attorney for the applicant Liquor Estate LLC. With me today is the owner of Liquor Estate, Mandeep Singh. Mr. Singh is actually present in the New York City office. The application before you is for a liquor store located at 2953 Hamburg Street in Schenectady. I will be brief and highlight just a few key points on this application.
Do you
Liquor
want to hear from
Estate
opposition
is
first, or do you want to?
located in a small shopping plaza where Dollar General has recently opened. This is an ideal location for a liquor store as it offers a one-stop shopping option for residents of the community. I'd like to point out that up until 2019, Vineyard Wine and Spirits was located at 2666 Hamburg Street, which is 0.2 miles away from the proposed store. Due to extended sewer construction by the town of Rotterdam, Vineyard Wine and Spirits was forced to move to a new location on Carmen Road. They remained open until 2024, where the owner retired and closed the store. That closure of that store resulted in a service gap for residents in the immediate vicinity. And Liquor Estate seeks to close that service gap by opening a new store next to the newly constructed Dollar General. Liquor Estate will offer inventory that's not currently available at the other 4 stores, including but not limited to New York wines by small winemakers, spirits from small suppliers, including local New York State distilleries. Liquor Estate will also offer weekly tastings of mainly New York products and will hire a sommelier to conduct monthly classes for wine enthusiasts regarding food pairings. None of those services are offered by the other stores. The population has been increasing in the town of Rotterdam. The home values and rental rates in the area have risen. This store is located within walking distance of a major roundabout that serves as
I'm sorry, do we have protests over there?
Yeah, but she
Yeah,
just.
she just kept on going, and I brought it up, but
I'm sorry, what happened, Mr. Roper?
nothing. Usually we hear from the opposition.
Okay.
But
Would you like me to keep
Let
going?
the protest go first? No, I would like to let the protest go first.
Okay.
She said that in the very beginning.
I apologize. There was a lot of communication I didn't hear.
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, if the opposition want to come up and please introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Parvinder Chahal. I own the Rocky Wine and Liquor on Hamburg Street,
I'm Christopher,
2037 Hamburg Street.
I'm Christopher Mitchell, also representing Rocky Discount Wine and Liquor.
Harinder Chahal, 2315 Curry Road, JC Discount Wine and Liquor.
Gurpreet Singh, also from JC Discount Wine and Liquor on 2315 Curry Road.
He is a wine and liquor. My name is Ankit Kamani from Rotterdam Wine and Liquor at 1458 Altamont Avenue.
May I ask if I didn't miss, is anyone here from JC?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was looking down when you spoke. I remember you speaking. Thank you.
All right. Just who wants to speak first? Go ahead, please.
Hi, so I'm representing Rocky's Discount Wine and Liquor, and we just recently opened our store just about last year, and we've invested a great sum of capital in our store that if a new store were to arise, we wouldn't be making our money back. Our store is also a 2-minute drive away from the proposed store, while JC's is also a 3-minute drive on the other side. And the street, it's on the same street, and the street does not need another liquor store. We've also had a counter petition from the local community stating that they don't need another liquor store, as we had a petition when we were applying for our license stating that that was the store that they wanted. Furthermore, the proposed store is 459 feet away from an addiction center, which is a 2-minute walk.
Says it in bold. I just want to make it clear.
They were uninformed regarding the liquor store opening and verbally contested, but they were given a written contestant, but they weren't able to get it back in a timely manner with their legal team. Additionally, the proposed store is also right near St. Gabriel's Church, which is 1,500 feet away, and is also very close to a primary school, which would then expose children to normalized alcohol consumption, and also could lead to public intoxication around and near school.
All right, thank you. Who wants to go next?
So I'm Gurpreet Singh again, still representing JC Discount Wine and Liquor. We had opened up in the area about 5 years ago, and so far, because of Vineyard, the liquor store that was previously at the location on Hamburg had moved to a separate location down the road, closer to Carmen Wine and Liquor. So we felt that the area, when we initially approached to apply for the license, needed a liquor store in the area, and that's where we initially came in. And the community felt that that void was already filled. But I've also been living in this Rotterdam my entire life. The biggest issue I have is the proposed liquor store location is right next to an addiction recovery center, where people are going to get away from liquor and alcohol and all sorts of drug use. And I think that's the biggest issue that I have with this place. But also is that we already have a liquor store that's already nearby that is off of that roundabout that they're also trying to propose themselves around.
How close is it when you say it's right next to the Addiction Recovery Center? Is that like the next door over, the next building over, or what is it?
It's 2 buildings over. It goes Dollar General, and then it's the Addiction Recovery Center.
Okay. Can you give me the name of the recovery center?
St. Peter's Addiction Recovery Center. If you would like the address, it's 2925 Hamburg Street.
Okay. Thank you. All right, is there anything else?
The only other thing I would like to mention is we did get petition signatures from members of the community, like who live around the area as well. We had very little time, but we had 188 signatures within the day of announcing that a new liquor store is trying to attempt to open up in the area.
Right, and that's the petition that you've submitted in the record, right?
That is the one.
Yes, we have that. Thank you.
Oh. Yep, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ankit. So I have submitted also a similar petition from Rotterdam Wine throughout my customers in the neighboring area.
I'm sorry, can you state your full name?
Ankit Kumar Kamani.
Okay. And what store?
Rotterdam Wine and Liquor, ASA Wine and Liquor. As a corporation.
ASA, okay.
So I have submitted a similar petition as well, gathering signatures from my customers and neighboring area. They all were puzzled when I informed that there's going to be a new liquor store on the Hamburg Street, and their point was didn't one open recently, and so Rocky's Wine and Discount was open, I think so somewhere around September time frame. Have been seeing significant amount of revenue loss, definitely for profit loss for sure. My lease recently just renewed and the rent has gone up, the utilities are up. There's no new traffic in the area, there is no new development in the area. Also, the proposed location is going to be the largest store in the area. They are saying that it's going to be 4,300 square feet. That's almost 1,400 square feet larger than any other store in the area. So that will be a bigger disadvantage for the existing businesses available there. Another point I wanted to bring up was the principal's wife has applied for a separate license in Rensselaer. So I highly doubt that they will be operating separately because they both are going to be owned by same family member, husband and wife. So I have a concern over that as well. That's one of my another reasons. Totally, there are 4 liquor stores in 1.5 mile radius. So we don't really see any public convenience because if you drive 1.5 mile in either direction, you're going to see you're going to get to a liquor store. So there is really no public convenience by having this liquor store. And when the Rockies discount was approved last year, since then, in the year of 2025, in month of November, October, November, December, and January so far, we have seen profits has gone down almost 15%. If you look at my sales number also, we are flat pretty much on 2024 numbers, and my 2025 numbers are also flat. There is no new development in the area. There is no, if you look at the census from 2021, 2022, and 2023, the overall population has decreased by almost 0.10%. So there is no really increase in the development in the area. Rent and triple net has gone up, utilities has gone up. My last light bill was significant per se. Everything, labor cost, and specifically after the THC approvals, our wine sales has gone significantly down. There's a lot of market saturation. This is going to harm the existing owners who has loans to pay, who has employees to pay, who has utilities and the rents to make. We really don't see that this is going to be any convenience to the customer. Like I said, every store is in a 1.5 mile radius area. And Rockies was just recently opened on HEMPSTEAD. So this is going to be like 2 minutes away from the Rockies. So we really don't see any public convenience there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the applicant will come back up. Applicant's attorney.
Just a few brief rebuttal points. One, with respect to the church and school, this application cleared the 200-foot rule, though they're both located more than 200 feet away. As far as the addiction center, the law does not prescribe that a liquor store cannot be located near an addiction center. Further, I want to point out that JC Discount Wine and Liquor has seen significant revenues. The reported sales of more than $700,000 per year, and their growth has been so significant that they purchased an empty lot across the street, and they're planning to construct an 11,000 square foot building to move their store to. Their opposition to my client's application is completely self-serving, since an 11,000 square foot store would not be necessary if my client's application was approved. It's also not clear whether JC Discount has taken any steps to notify the authority of their intent to move their planned expansion. It would be unfair to deny my client issuance of a license based on the planned expansion of JC Discount Wine and Liquor. And further, the denial of my client's application and subsequent approval of a larger store would run counterintuitive to any argument that my client's application is not within public interest, convenience, and advantage. I'm going to turn it over to my client now to make some comments.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Ms. Fan, and Commissioner DeLeon, Commissioner Maya. My name is Mandeep Singh, and I'm the applicant for 2953 Hamburg Street. First of all, sorry for your loss, and I heard when we first came in. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My grandfather always told me if something is very important to you, face-to-face meeting is the best way to explain. So these stores are doing really good. I'm the regular customer of JC Discount. I only live half a mile from my proposed location. I've been living there for 12 years. Other stores are located in the, forgive me,
Hold on one second. It's a phone call that I had to take. I should have made an announcement before. I'll be
Sure.
right back.
We're going to go on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. Sorry. You can please mute in Albany. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess.
Okay, my apologies, sir.
No problem, sir. So I know we have oppositions and I respect their right to oppose, although I know it's my location serves public convenience and advantage. So I go to JC Discount almost every week to buy it because it's right on Curry Road. Other stores are located in larger plazas where sometimes it's hard to get parking to just get a bottle of wine for dinner or something. So last couple of years, when I was attending town meeting, I found out that Dollar General is being built on Hamburg, which is I don't know if Board knows about the particular area. Hamburg is a long stretch of about 3 to 4 miles. And on this side of the bridge, it's 99% of the retail is available. And where the Rocky got approved last year, on the other side of the bridge, which is in the border of Schenectady, there's hardly any retail there. It's basically their liquor store and their corner store, and there's one bar. So most of the retail is on this side of the bridge, on Hamburg. Before there was a Vincent, Tom used to run that store.
All right, sir, I would love to hear all the stories, but let's just cut to the chase here about why you think your store serves public convenience and advantage.
Yes, when you see at 4 p.m. when everybody comes home, that roundabout has about 30 to 35,000 cars passes through. That connects Gilderland on Carmen Road, Albany on Curry Road West, and Duensberg on Curry Road East, and Hamburg on Hamburg Street to Schenectady. So if you see, even on papers, we see it's only 0.9 miles or 1.5 miles. From the exit 25, it will take you probably 15 minutes to 20 minutes just to drive that 2 miles, because cars go 5 miles an hour. So when you get to the roundabout, you have only option to go to JC's, or you have to go to plazas. So and my proposed location is only 0.2 miles from this roundabout. So I feel like this is, and it's on a bus route too. So I feel like it's very convenient for people who doesn't want to go extra 10, 15 minutes to get just to get a bottle of liquor or wine. And JC is the only freestanding building in our neighborhood.
And are you aware that there is an addiction recovery center just right next, 2 doors down from where you are?
It's not, I don't believe it's 2 doors down. It's further down in even right further down in front of you.
I'm looking at it, it's the next building is $. The next building is a addiction recovery center that is state funded and aims to help people with addiction problems.
Okay, I didn't know that would be an issue, so that's why I didn't think about it.
Goes into the members' determination as to whether there is public advantage. So it's public convenience and advantage. Advantage
All
looks
right.
into other public issues.
So I'm sure you're a good candidate. I'm going to vote to deny because of public safety concerns. While we're not bound by statute to not approve a store, but I think it's too close to work against something that the Department of Health and OASIS do spend a lot of time and money and energy into providing support for the addicted community.
Commissioner De Leon.
I didn't get the figures for 2025. There's significant position. Yes. Voting. A significant amount of signatures were received. Traffic. And then a concern about undermining the community-friendly environment and undue harm. The issues raised regarding the rehabilitation center are concerning. Although it's not a 200-foot issue, it appears that the church is right across the street. Location. And there are concerns about the financing here regarding 2 people who are married. Both the way the financing was worded raised some concerns. We didn't give first it was a gift, then it was a promissory note. And we just disapproved. We had another disapproval 4.5 miles away. For all those reasons, I respectfully vote for denial.
And Commissioner Mann.
Okay, Rocky's Discount made a nice presentation, I believe, today. JC is so convenient, even the applicant admits to that. And you're not, I don't know how far they are in a drive, although they're about a mile away. The financing was also an issue, and you just approved your wife's application, I believe, right? Your wife?
My
Your
wife, yes.
Yeah, so I deny.
Okay, so the application has been denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
guys. Thanks for waiting.
Yep, thank you. Next in Albany is number 3. That's number 3, Star Wine and Spirits, Inc. They'll probably be shuffling in a little bit, but it's number 3.
Or they keep them out in the hallway.
Is everyone here for number 3 that just walked in?
No, some of them are for the items after that.
Okay, is it just the applicant for number 3? Or do we have opposition?
It's just the applicant.
Okay. All right, so if you can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yes, I'm Glenn Kabista. I'm here with my client, Kadir Shaw. He's the principal of Star Wine and Liquors. This is a application for a new liquor store in the hamlet of Bennettahawks, which is about 2 miles off of Route 209 in Kerhonkson up the mountain.
No, that's for next items. It's just no oppositions.
All right, so we have two, let me allow the record to reflect that there are 2 protests on the record. The store owners or representative did not come today. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. The store, Bennettahawks is a small hamlet which is surrounded by a series of some camps.
All right, sir, can I just cut to the chase? Because I know, because we have a room full of people here, and it stresses me out that we haven't done anything in this room, and it's packed in here. So let me just ask you a couple of questions, because you are proposing a really small store, 243 square feet, that is next to a grocery store that the applicant also owns, right?
Correct.
So the application says that he will not have employees. So how does he plan to run the liquor store?
He'll run the liquor store, and his wife will maintain the grocery store, the convenience mart.
What'd you say? Can you just say that again?
Absolutely. He will run the liquor store, and his wife will maintain the convenience mart, the grocery store.
Okay. So it's not going to be one person overseeing 2 businesses through the viewing window that is proposed here, right?
Correct.
Okay, can I hear him say that?
Yes.
Okay, can you commit to having 2 people running the 2 businesses and be separately responsible for checking IDs and making sure that you're in compliance with the law on the grocery side and on the liquor store side?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have questions?
I don't. Well, I have one comment. My notes to myself say, listen to what they have to say. So why do you need a 258 acre, a 250 square foot retail space?
He's planning to what he feels would be the needs of the community of the area. He wants to service those needs, but he doesn't want to become overwhelming.
All right, that's a good point. Okay.
Any other, or are you ready to vote?
Yeah, I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Dale, what's your-
okay, this is a small store. The figures that I've got for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other stores, the closest store, a very, very modest loss for 2025, but all the others showing a projected increase for 2025. The investment is only $24,000, but it is a very, very small store. And the applicant has answered the concerns about employees. There is one other concern, and that is regarding storage. And make sure that the grocery store is not used as storage for the liquor store. And that there's no commingling there, okay?
No, there won't be. All stock's going to be maintained on the retail floor.
With that caveat, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
Approved.
And Chair?
All right, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. The next store is almost 3 miles away, and then the next one almost 5. The 5th closest store is 12 miles away. This applicant clearly is a good licensee of our agency. He has a grocery store. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage because he's having a separate space that will offer now liquor and wine product, liquor and wine rather. And so good luck. I vote to approve.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Next in Albany is number 8. It's number 8, GANPATI KRUPA LLC.
I'm accused on this one.
All right, Commissioner May is recused.
Do we have opposition or is it just the applicant?
We do have opposition. We do have opposition.
All right, so who's the applicant?
Good morning. My name is Julia Monahan. I'm with the law firm of Young Summer, and we represent the applicant.
Where's the applicant?
The applicant is not present today.
All right, I'm gonna hold this over. The applicant needs to come. What day do you want? We can do 4/7 or
4/22.
4/22?
Just in case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
4/22.
Yeah.
420 what?
4/7 or 4/22, ma'am?
Let's do, I'll have to talk to the client to confirm, so can we plan for 4/7? And once I can speak with the applicant, I may have to push to 4/22, but let's plan for 4/7 at this time.
Okay, great. Opposition, do you guys want to go on record now and state your objection, or you want to come back on 4/7? We'll let you know again.
Can I go on record now?
Yes.
So I'm Anthony Guria from Valley Wine and Liquor in Herkimer, which is the next town over from the proposed liquor store. And
how far are you away?
I am 5.2 miles.
Okay, got it.
There's another store that's 2.7 miles that didn't turn in their sales reports, but sales in our area have been down. You could see from my sales that we've been, down over the past few years. I didn't come in when there was another proposed store for Newport, which did end up opening, and that did take a bite out of our sales. We are also going to be getting a cannabis dispensary in Herkimer, which is also going to, lead to a decrease in sales. And I just wanted to put on the record that the proposed applicant also has a lot of violations from a previous business for selling to underage minors.
Okay. It's going to be held over, correct? So Commissioner DeLeon, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
4/7? And sir, you can also come back on 4/7 or not. It's up to you since you made your argument on the record. And we have whatever materials you submitted if you did. Okay. So it's over till adjourned till April 7th. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is number 16, Run of the Mill Liquors LLC.
You said 16, right?
16, yep. Yeah, if you guys want to introduce yourselves.
I'm Tanner Stewart, one of the applicants.
Steve Lowe, also applicant.
This is 16. I also have to recuse on this one.
The members have any questions, or do you want them
I'm okay with
to?
it because the next door is 6.2.
Yeah, I mean, we opened them in July.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I just have a couple of questions. You guys submitted the application and the investment is $60,000. Can you just explain a little bit on that? We can give you an opportunity to amend as a condition of your license if you feel like that's not actually reflective of how much you're spending to get the business started, because I don't know that you can buy inventory for just $60,000 and pay rent first month, last month, and hire employees and whatnot.
I mean, investment in renovations and shelving and such. I also own the property, so that's should work in our advantage as well.
Yeah, as far as inventory and everything like that, we're gonna cash flow that. We have resources for that. So that was really just the initial estimate to get the build out, shelving up to par, 15,000 worth of security doors, all that stuff. That was just the initial build out.
Okay, so this is not reflecting your inventory, right? So if it gets approved, I'm gonna put a condition that you also just amend your finances to show us what that is. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Don.
Commissioner De Leon, do you have anything? Or are you ready to vote?
Yeah, okay, with the condition mentioned by the chair, the closest store is 6.2 miles away. The furthest one that we received anything for is 8.7. The one that's 7.3 miles away, significant increase in sales. So it does appear to be some demand in the area. I will vote to approve. Yeah, with the amended finances.
All right, I'm gonna find public convenience advantage, as the commissioner mentioned, the next store is 6.2 miles away, and that is a new store that is just starting to operate for less than a year. Then the next store is showing some growth, but is more than 7 miles away. So I'm going to find public convenience and advantage with the amended financial disclosure.
Thank you. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. And that's it, correct, Ellery?
That's correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are in New York City. We have a few items that have interpreters. The interpreters are here. I'm going to call the items that need the Mandarin interpreter first. That will be number 15, Sip Palace Wine and Liquors, Inc. Do we have the Mandarin interpreter?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant, Sip Palace Wine and Liquor. With me today is the principal of Sip Palace, Chen Lun Lu, to my right, and the Mandarin interpreter is here.
Yeah,
Would you want to put her
ma'am.
name on the record?
If you can go ahead and say your name.
My name is Yiting Huang. I'm the Mandarin Chinese interpreter today.
Thank you. And if you could just make sure to interpret everything that's said to him.
Yeah.
Thank
yes.
you. Great. And we do have
Alright.
opposition.
你有任何的反对吗？
Okay, so this is somewhat unusual. There's a large number of opposition, 3 from the neighboring stores. I have a letter of opposition from the local assembly member, Reverend Taylor. And a lot of tenant groups, the Congregation for Community Improvement, petition with over 100 signatures, and a lot of local businesses. I assume there are a lot of them that are here and waiting, and so everybody can go, but let's keep it short. Let's try to make it 2 minutes per person, please. All right, Mr. Romano.
Putting that considerable amount of opposition documentation aside for a moment, this application should fall on its face just based on the facts that there are sufficient number of stores within 6 blocks.
Sorry, who do you represent, sir?
I'm sorry, I'm Bob Romano, and I represent Empire Wine and Liquors, which is the closest store at 925 feet away, according to LAMP, and Renaissance Wine and Spirits, Inc., which is the second closest at 1,093 feet away. Here you have 4 stores within 6 walking blocks of this proposed premise. There's no unmet demand. Sales here in this area are flat or decreasing. There's no unique or specialized offering that I could see from the submission. You already have established full-service stores in the area. There's no growth in the area. I believe we actually gave a petition over 500, not 100, but 500 people. We gave you the opposition from elected officials, houses of worship, boys club, and the others that you had
I
mentioned.
only have Reverend Taylor. Is there someone else who is elected official?
No, I believe.
Okay, because you said
Yeah,
plural,
all
I
right.
just want to clarify.
Okay, but there are 500 signatures on that
From the
petition.
community, fair enough.
Public convenience and advantage is not served by redundancy, It's destabilizing existing small businesses, and it would disregard the community voice. There are a number of people that would like to speak, and I'll give them a chance to go on record. Considerable amount of time and efforts obviously is put into this gathering of documentation, and I hope you take that into account. Thank you. Anybody?
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Messina. I represent Renaissance Wine and Spirits, the second closest store at 2517 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. Over the past few years, we have seen a significant decline in sales. 200 less people a week. The average ticket sale might be slightly higher only because inflation and wholesale prices have gone up. We're doing everything to change the culture. We are not a store that people want to rush past by with their children. We are consistently committed to the community and growth within, and I think adding in yet another person to divide the pie is just redundancy in an already saturated market. Thank you for your time.
Craig Williams, I'm here for the community representing Rango Houses, Harlem River Houses, and Fred Samuel Houses. We don't need another liquor store in the area. The last time I was here was 5 years ago when you were on 7th Avenue, and that applicant was 3 blocks away. This applicant is 4 blocks away. In between those 4 blocks, we have 3 bars, and we also have a school a block away and the Catholic Church. The school is north of a block. The Catholic Church is west of a block also. Thank you.
Thank you. And how close is the proposed store to the residential complexes that you represent?
Harlem River Houses, is 2 blocks away.
Okay.
Fred Samuels is a block north.
Okay.
Rango is 4 blocks away.
Okay, and you are protesting because there are already enough stores or because there's actually a public?
We just don't need another one.
Okay. You just don't need another one?
I mean, the liquor store is sufficiently supplying the community.
Yeah, but, okay.
Okay.
I respect your
Mhm.
representation. But how do you know that yourself?
Because I'm active in the community. I also serve on the community board at PSA.
All right, I want to.
All right,
So
thank you.
But, sir, let me just ask you one more question. You mentioned the school and that there's a church there. So are there public safety concerns or no?
I don't think a child should come out of school and come past another liquor store. And then, like I said, you have Frederick Douglass Academy, which is a block north. And you also have a charter school, which is in Resurrection Church also.
Okay. All right, got it.
Just one more time. Who do you, who's the group that you represent, the tenants?
Rango Houses.
Okay, Rango Houses. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, great, thanks.
Hello, my name is Liu. I'm from Shangri-La Wine and Liquor Incorporated. I'm here to represent my store to oppose this application.
Okay, sir.
I wonder, yeah.
Which store are you?
Shangri-La.
Shangri-La.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Yes, and I want to save some time. Just want to present some number because our business is drop every a lot. It's the sales average like a drop like a 12% every year since in the past like starting 2022. So it's a very bad situation right now for our running a business. So I can't find out any reason why another liquor store should be added to this community. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roderick Kinley. I've been in this neighborhood for all my life. I'm 69 years old. Another liquor store. But in this community here, what we need is something for the youth. There's nothing there. There's no growth. Everybody comes up here, they're talking about finances. Okay, finances. Let's say finance for these youth in this community. I've been there for 69 years. Another liquor store, three blocks away. Where is that? It's a financial thing. That's where I see it. I don't see it as being any growth or anything else in this community. And I've been there for 69 years. So I'm trying to understand why would they need another liquor store? Do something for the community, for the youth. You know, so the finances, it's not staying in the community, it's going out of the community. So if you're going to do something here, let's say, okay, hey, we're going to open up something and build up this community. And if you don't know, the community is declining. There's no growth, financial or anything. Okay, they're not bringing no employees, they're not putting anything into the community, they're taking it out of the community. So that's why I'm here today.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do you do what was your career? What do you do?
I'm an auto broker.
A what,
Auto broker, yes, sir.
Where's your business?
I have it online. It's called Cardani LLC. Yes, sir. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Malcolm Punter. I serve as the president of the Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement. Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement was formed in 1986 in Central Harlem. I myself was born and raised in this immediate area and still live there with my wife and raise my children there. 148th Street and Frederick Douglass Boulevard was ground zero for the blight and crime of the Harlem of old. It is the position of Harlem Congregations, which is a coalition of over 100 houses of worship that was created in 1986 to reverse the tide of blight in the Harlem community. And we were awarded West 148th Street as the nonprofit housing developer by the City of New York Housing Preservation and Development. This very area is a urban renewal area from 139th Street north to 155th Street. As a youth growing up, there was a liquor store, a crack den, a heroin den on every block in this community. Our organization has fought hard with our elected officials and resident organizations to reverse that reality in our community. I oppose any liquor store, by the way, for the record. But, you know, in reality, it's a business that's licensed by the state of New York. But I certainly oppose the inundation of multiple liquor stores in our community for the following reasons. By the way, HCCI was the developer of the housing that this store is proposed to be placed in. It is called the Washington Co-op. It's an affordable housing co-op building. And it was named after the founder of HCCI, Bishop Preston Washington, who created HCCI to reverse these blights. And it is appalling that we would have a liquor store in the very building that Preston Washington's name goes on, where children across the street at 2785 are in computer center, a STEM center, as an after-school program, where the National Dance Institute is right down the block in a former public school, PS 90, which is now housing, and it has a facility for youth right down the block. Across the street from the anchor that partly changed the conditions in our neighborhood, the police service area number 6. You want to place this liquor store right across the street from PSA 6, who actually services our New York City Housing Authority buildings in the local area. The Jackie Robinson Park is down the block from this proposed site, where our children now can safely navigate. When I was growing up in the 80s, my father and mother told me, you don't dare go in that park because you're putting your life in your hands. We don't want people coming in this community flooding our neighborhood with alcohol.
So your neighborhood's been improving since 1986?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this neighborhood actually has a high concentration of the lower income band left in Harlem. Everybody's been pushed out, but this has the most concentrated area of low income families. And we have daycare centers. we want to make sure that this is a corridor of safety and social services, not a corridor of liquor and drunkenness. So for that reason, on behalf of our board of directors and our organization and our residents and my community and myself, I vehemently oppose the granting of this application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. Who else?
There's a whole bunch of people there.
Guys, let's just go.
Okay, I think that we're.
Nobody?
Enough.
All right. Applicant, please.
Mr. Buscemi, could I just start? Yeah. Even though I didn't think I'd see you again, so let me make sure. Okay. Can I just ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Buscemi? Why are they not bulletproof when it looks like almost everything else around there is? Why are they so confident?
I think a lot of the existing stores are a throwback to the day when you had to be bulletproof. This area has changed dramatically. The store is located on the corner of Frederick Douglass Boulevard and 148th Street. Frederick Douglass Boulevard is a major north-south avenue, and I've provided you with articles on this. It's the main corridor to Harlem. This is an open store because the area has gentrified to the extent that this store wants to serve the community, and just not as another liquor outlet, but as a wine store as well. As our submission indicates, it's going to carry much, much more product and by way of wine from all around the world than any of these other stores are carrying.
But what's the market? Tell me what is not flying off the page here. They want to be non-bulletproof, and they're bringing in, they're curating this differently than the bulletproof stores.
Correct.
So tell me why. Tell me why that's a good idea.
It's a good idea because there has been major construction, residential construction and business construction in the area, which has changed the complexion of this area to the point that this type of business is a business that will better serve the community than the existing stores that are there, which out of all the four closest stores, 3 of them will be bulletproof. Unity Liquors is the only store that is not bulletproof. And you can see from an analysis of their pricing was done. And I mean, I don't want to say gouging, but their pricing is so high that it's incredible. And we provided you with photographs of the surrounding stores. We provided you with photographs and information on the prices at Unity Liquors and what our store will be doing. So there's a vast difference, and I think I'd suffice it to say that I think a lot of the opposition probably thought this was just going to be another outlet to sell liquor, and that's not what we have here. It's not just another bulletproof outlet to serve liquor.
Well,
on the same block.
Your client is not a member of this community, right?
Correct. I mean, I don't have his address in front of me, but.
I think he lives about an hour away in Brooklyn.
Yeah, but that would be correct. We're also direct.
Why did he select this location? What was his basis for this location?
He found that there was, not long ago, 8th Avenue Bottle Co. LLC was a liquor store 2/10 of a mile from the existing location where he wants to open up his store. That store closed in the summer of 2024.
Where was that? What's the address?
That was located 2714 Frederick Douglass Boulevard, 2/10 of a mile from the proposed location. He wanted that specific location, was negotiating with the landlord. The landlord wanted a substantial signing fee for the lease. The landlord wanted $50,000 just to sign the lease, which was exorbitant. So we're not actually adding another store to the mix here. we're replacing a store that existed 0.2 of a mile from the proposed location.
And that's on the corner of one, I don't know, I'm looking this up.
2714 Frederick
That's
Douglass.
on the corner of 144? Is that it? Do you know? Yeah. Is
Between
that-
144 and 143.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Also, we are in very close proximity, directly across the street from 148 Deli Grocery.
Yeah.
And right on the same side of the street as this proposed location is, on the corner of 149th Street, there's the Alba Market, another grocery store. So that adds to the, one-stop shopping experience that when consumers are going out for their groceries and wine.
All right, so the pastor mentioned a police service area, a police.
There's a service area right on the corner of 14th Street and Frederick Douglass Boulevard, very close.
So what bearing, what does that matter to your place?
The applicant brought it up to me. I put it in the paperwork. It's just, it's there. I don't know that it's really that important. It's just something that was there. And we bring it up. So we have the one-stop shopping. I mean, this area was rezoned specifically for more substantial condominium construction, apartment buildings, and businesses. The Frederick Douglass is lined with restaurants, cafes, condominiums.
When was it rezoned?
Oh, that's back in, this has been going since 2003. So construction's been going on, and there is new construction still going on. I had indicated that there's 145, which is a sprawling residential complex approved by the New York City Council, and that's located on the southwest corner of 145th Street in Lenox. That complex is going to have 3 buildings totaling 1,000 residential units. You have 2750 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. They have 2 new 6-story apartment buildings of 26 units. At 101 Macomb Place, you have a 7-story, 29-unit apartment building. At 210 West 145th Street, 3,000 square foot parcel has been purchased for development, and an 8-story residential building is approved for the site. I attached as Exhibit D information on those sites. When we look at the demographics of the area all show growth in population and in household. Within a quarter mile, a half mile, 3/4 of a mile, and a 1-mile radius of this proposed location, population has increased within each one of those radiuses, both in population and in number of households. I've attached that demographic survey to our papers as Exhibit E. Also, I mean, I think it's obvious to a large extent, you have the existing competition, the existing liquor stores who went around. I mean, I must say they did their job. They got, they went to the housing developments. They got signatures. Well, we got signatures as well. From right on the block of this location, the applicant was there and obtained, I think it was 675 signatures from residents, 637.
I'm not a big fan of the politics of business decision-making, so both,
in the area.
In my opinion, so.
As far as I know, when I got the paperwork from the Liquor Authority, I didn't even get any gross sales from Empire Wine and Liquors, which is the closest store to the applicant.
Now we have it, so.
All right, I mean, I didn't get that, so you have that. I mean, you have Renaissance shows substantial increase from in 2024.
No, it doesn't. It shows a drop.
Increase from 2024.
Okay, I mean, you can frame it, but if I'm looking at it, they're down 50% from between 21 and 24, which is very, very significant drop.
Shangri-La Wine and Liquor shows increases from 23 to 24. Unity shows flat sales, but that does over $1 million a year.
All right, the reason why we look at 5-year trend is because it's more important to look at sort of like what's been happening in the past decade as opposed to what happened last year. To the extent that expenses are up, I don't know that we can really say that anybody's showing growth.
And again, these stores are bulletproof. Everyone but Unity is bulletproof.
All right.
We're going to serve, we're going to have, there'll be carry-out service.
Sir, why do, you've been here a long time. What would you say to the community leaders sitting behind you that are here spending their own time and their workday to be here to say that our community has gone through a lot of work to clean up? We have our elected, officials, getting state funds to try to support our community and come out of really a time of difficulty, that things are improving and that they don't want another outlet for alcohol beverages.
And again, and it's always referred to as an alcohol for liquor. And I think the difference here is that we're looking to help improve as well. This is an improvement of what exists now.
You're like saying that
for the community.
Refer to it as an alcohol outlet, because if you wanted to bring food safety and you wanted to apply for a grocery store, I think the community wants a grocery store. I think the community would want something that is not just liquor and wine. I think that's what they're saying.
We're on the block where 2 grocery stores exist. We have 2 grocery stores on the same block as we have.
I'll just make this observation, and this is part of my analysis. If there's if your liquor store results in one less bulletproof liquor store elsewhere, I think that's an improvement myself.
And that's what.
I mean, I don't see too many bulletproof stores in the boondocks where I live, so they're kind of very strange animals to me. So
we want to be open, we want to be a benefit to the community. There's going to be a much more substantial selection of wines. These existing stores carry very, very little wines.
I just want to point out that Michelle over here is a sommelier at Renaissance.
GM of Renaissance.
Well, that's fine, but it's very little wine selection, very little wine selection. I don't know, she could be whatever she is, but there's very, very little wine selection which exists for the community right now.
All right, yeah, Mr. Buscemi, I think the members are ready to vote. And we know we're not supposed to do back and forth, Mr. Romano and Mr. Buscemi.
Well, I'm just trying to answer the questions.
Commissioner De Leon.
Look, the applicant here has experience in the industry. He's an assistant manager at a liquor store that he lent that store $250,000, which is quite impressive for such a young person. So my decision, sir, is no reflection on you at all and your worthiness as an applicant. I do know this neighborhood very, very well. I remember in the 80s when, for better or worse, it was designated as a really, really tough place and had something called Operation Pressure Point to address all of the drugs and the substance problems that existed in that neighborhood. And it has come a long way, and it's perfectly understanding to me that the community would be in such strong opposition to this, having lived through that, and I myself having seen it in the time that I was with the police department. So I am very, very supportive of a community that comes out so strongly with 500 signatures, with Assemblyman Harrison, with Assemblyman Taylor, with institutions, with the Boys and Girls Club, with the church, with other business entities that are so strongly in opposition to this application being granted. In addition to that strong community opposition, which is merited, I understand their opposition because I can understand where they came from and where they are now and where they see themselves going. It's their community. And also, in terms of the numbers here, I don't think that they support another store. We have 7 stores within 0.6 of a mile area. So with all that said, respectfully, I have to deny this application. The community opposition is very, very strong. The numbers don't justify the application. No reflection on the applicant at all.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the applicant, and I happen to, I don't know if I could say observe, I haven't been here long enough. I don't know that another liquor store causes a population to drink more or to drink less. So I'm not so concerned about another liquor store in this area. I don't like bulletproof stores. I frankly don't like walking in them, which has been very rare in my life. I don't like bulletproof stores, and anybody who's got the guts to come into a community and spend $250K and not have a bulletproof store, right away I'd like to see that guy bring new blood into the community. So I've heard some generalized objections. I won't name all of the persons. I have them all written down who I spoke to. But it seems like a neighborhood that needs some gutsy people to come in there and dump their money and potentially lose it. There's that issue of a store that was 4 blocks away. To me, that's pretty close. So I have confidence in this gentleman, and I don't like bulletproof stores, so I'm going to say yes to this.
Chair.
All right, I'm gonna find no public convenience and advantage. I think the presence here with people speaking to the quality of the neighborhood is evidence to support that there is a public safety and community growth argument here. I'm looking at the way I look at these numbers, it's over the past 4 years, 4 of the 5 closest stores are doing significantly down numbers. Renaissance, as I mentioned before, is doing 50% of what it was doing before and struggling to survive. I think there are safety concerns here for store owners, and that's why they have bulletproof outfits right now. I respect the ambition and the bravery here, but I think maybe a different location would be more appropriate. So I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
the next
everybody.
item that needs a Mandarin interpreter, we have one more that needs a Mandarin interpreter. We have one more for you. That's number 22, Drop of Joy Wine and Liquor Inc. Yeah, they should be coming up now. Drop of Joy Wine and Liquor Inc. Drop of Joy Wine and Liquor Inc.
Where?
Yeah, but
You're the opposition or the applicant?
No.
Applicant.
here's the person. He's in opposition, I believe. No. Are you?
These are the applicant.
Are you in opposition, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. If you guys could just go ahead and introduce yourselves first. Yep.
Good afternoon. Ada Laporte. I'm the representative of Drop of Joy. I'm here with the applicants, and we thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us.
Okay, and so there are 2 protests on the record. You are one of them?
Yes.
Okay, and then this store will be bulletproof?
Yes.
Okay. The bulletproof store.
All right. So if the opposition could come up and.
Okay.
就说
你要讲吗？
你帮我翻译。大家好，中午好。
Good afternoon, everybody.
我叫任美俊。
My name is Menenjin.
梅君人。我是2025年11月4号成为这个 Cambridge 的 Wine 的业主嘛。
所以你也是酒庄。
对。
On November 4th, 2025, I became the owner of Cambridge Wine and Liquor.
我反对他这家店 join
I
and join。
oppose the license, the application of Drop and Join Wine Liquor.
我反对他的申请嘛，他离我这家店只有0.4迈。
It's too close to my store. It's within 0.4 mile.
我刚接手这家店才5个月嘛。
It's been only 5 years since I started to run the store.
现在经济也不好嘛。
And
如果
then economy is
Sorry,
not-
5 months?
Yeah, it's been only 5
Okay.
months since I started to take over the store.
Okay.
然后
And
现在经济也不好嘛。
And the economy has been not good.
如果批准这家新的酒牌，会对我的生意有影响嘛？
Okay, if you allow this application, it's gonna affect my business.
而且对公众的便利和利益也没有什么好处，任何好处。
And it's not good for. Give me a second. 工作的利益是什么？什么样工作利益？
就是说利益，就是说对大家都不好。
It's not really good for anyone, any business.
然后
Yeah. Oh, me? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
然后
yeah.
这附近也有很多家酒庄了。
And there are a lot of liquor stores in this neighborhood.
差不多几条街就有一家。
It's almost like a few blocks, like a few blocks away from each other.
我个人觉得这附近
The competition is very.
不需要再添加一个酒庄的。
Yeah, it's unnecessary to increase another liquor store because of the saturated market.
酒类的竞争也很激烈嘛，利润也很低嘛。
The competition is fierce and the revenue is very low.
如果批准这个新的酒牌嘛，然后对我就说很难经营下去嘛。
It's gonna affect my business. It's probably I won't be able to continue my business if you allow this their license.
Okay.
谢谢。
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant, if they can come up.
Applicant.
Okay,
Before you start, I'm gonna
Yes.
I see terrible numbers in this whole locus, this whole area of the nearest stores. They're all bad numbers. So what the heck is, what are you invigorating in this community of low numbered stores?
well, I see here that the numbers vary from store to store. And let's see that, for example, RML Wine Liquor and Kingsbridge, they were transferred. I see that there's no significant change with KC Liquors as well.
Yeah, I know, but my question is, this might be helpful to you. This area needs some blood here. What are you bringing here that's going to invigorate this area here?
Yes. Sure. My name is Luis Mejia Zavallo. In terms of the numbers, for example, in RML, the numbers that shows there is pretty much shows for, I believe, 3 months, which I believe that's the time the store was under renovation, because it was recently acquired. So the store was under renovation during that period. And before I continue, I just also want to say, we are from the community. We've been in the community for over 20 years. My parents still live there. I still engage in the community as well. What we also bring to the community is not just a business, but also engagement with the community.
How?
We know everybody from the area.
Why are you bulletproof?
We are bulletproof because we also understand we are in a proximity to Fordham Road. We also
What?
Fordham Road. So the store is like almost at the intersection of Fordham Road with Grand Concourse.
Oh, okay, you said the Fordham Road.
Yeah, Fordham Road. Yes, Fordham Road,
Understand
yes.
the word. Okay,
So it's
Fordham
a,
Road, yes.
correct. So it's a very busy area. It's a very dense area completely. The whole area is very dense. I understand the concern from the
You just
opposition.
you heard me talk about, I don't like bulletproof stores, and now, what, Why do we need another bulletproof store?
So the only reason why we opted in for that was because we know in the area there's usually a lot of robberies, how some store get assaulted and stuff like that. So we kind of wanted to play it safe, not just for us, but also for our staff members, which we're gonna train on how to de-escalate any issue with any customer or anybody who comes around and all that.
All right, so what would make me pick your store over any other gentlewoman's store? Why do I want to go to your place?
First of all, because we are engaged with the community. We know the community very well for the past 20
But I
years.
don't know that if I'm driving by, so.
Correct.
What draws me to park in front of your store and go in there and buy a case of booze?
Definitely. So first of all, we are training ourselves to be able to advise our customer how to pair liquor, beverages with food. Also, we have a major supermarket next to us, which is open 24 hours.
Okay.
So that makes us pretty much a one-stop shop for a customer that comes to the supermarket, which is open 24 hours. They could come to us right away to get their spirits. Also, we have a 4th-floor building right next to us that is getting converted into a retail store for clothing and stuff like that. And also, we also have this dense community also have a lot of elderly, which have problem walking around.
Who's going to be there? Which one of you are going to be there?
Both of us.
Both of you?
Yes.
You don't have any other employment?
I'm a tractor trailer driver, but I'm just waiting until we open to quit that job.
Okay, so you're going to dedicate your
Myself.
entire career to this?
Yes, correct.
And now the last, well, it's the $33,200 question. How are you going to do this for $33,200?
Oh, no, that was the investment that was made towards renovation at the beginning. After that, we also, shoving was not installed at that
So how
time.
much more do you need?
So we have allocated at the moment $80,000 to $100,000 for inventory alone. The store is completely done. We have clover system, camera, everything. Yes, all we need is your approval, and so we can go ahead and buy inventory.
And the security you spent, is it you that you spent $15,000 on security? Is that you?
In security?
I read a lot of papers. It might not
Oh,
have been your.
no, we have,
Okay, never disregard that. I aimed my question at the wrong applicant. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Do the members have any further questions? Are you ready to vote?
No, I don't have any questions.
You have,
Jose.
you have the grocery store, right?
Yes,
And where's that located?
that one is located, I have 54 East 181st Street. I've been there for 3 years and a half, and I have an active beer license there. Also, I have the Green Village Corp. I have also the beer license as well. That's active, no violations whatsoever, neither stores.
And he's also part of the community. He was,
Yes.
Your parents still live like 2 blocks away.
My parents, I was born and raised literally 2 blocks out from the store, 196 at Grand Concourse, 2720 Grand Concourse. My parents still live there. I know the area very well. I know where the gentleman's store is, to where we are. It's a very long distance, walking distance. We will be helpful because obviously there's elderly people that instead of walking a little further, snow, cold, it's more convenient for them. It's a little closer. And there's distance, you know? But I'm very well known, and I know the area very well.
Yeah, to pretty much to the point that every time we come by the store, like for example, yesterday I came to get a haircut, like right in front, that's where I get my haircut. And everybody, sometimes we just hide from people, like I say, oh my God, when you guys gonna open? Like, why are you taking so long? Like, it's part of the process, right?
So the members are
I'm ready to vote.
ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon?
You know, what I see in front of us is another very good group of people, good applicants with good intentions. I think the location is just not the right location. You've answered the question that I had about the finances. It's a small store. It's only 567 square feet for retail. But you are going to be another bulletproof store in the neighborhood. And we have 4 of them. Only one is not bullet. We have 4 of them in the neighborhood. and they're all literally 0.5, within 0.5 mile distance of each other. We had two that transferred recently, one in July of 2025, another in November of 2025. And then, as Commissioner Mayor pointed out, the numbers here are just not good. I think you are excellent candidates, especially that you want to do something in your community where you grew up. I just don't see that the numbers justify it, and that we have public convenience and advantage. And so I respectfully have to deny the application, and it pains me to do so, but I must.
Commissioner Maya?
May I say something?
When I see bad numbers, I look for fresh blood, and I think you proved that to me. I'm impressed with both of you guys. And now that you've revised your numbers, I'm sorry that it's a bulletproof store, but I mean, everybody's a bulletproof store there. So you're back in your old neighborhood. I say yes to you.
Thank you.
And Chair.
All right, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to change your application. If you would agree to not a bulletproof store and do the renovation again, you can't be part of the community, but you are telling me that it's not safe enough for you to even be there. Like, you can't have both of those things at the same time. You guys are, tough guys. I don't know who your employees are gonna be, but I see from the map that you're actually in front of a big street there. So I'm not really sure what we're afraid of here with the bulletproof concept. But I will go with the commissioner here, only because in your paperwork, you kind of argue that the other stores serve other throughways and that you are providing public convenience and advantage on the concourse itself. And that to some extent, I agree with that. And also the other 3 out of the closest 5 stores are pretty much new to the game. And so I don't feel so stressed out that we're introducing further competition into it, because it's their choice to buy into businesses that already existed in the community. So I'm going to allow you the opportunity to remove the bulletproof portion of your application. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
All right.
if you say yes.
How are we doing this? Hold on.
I don't know.
Okay, so are you right now approved with them removing the bulletproof?
Yes.
So, okay. So you have to submit pictures basically showing you removed the bulletproof configuration. Commissioner Maya?
All right, can I finish voting first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you voted yes.
And I'm going to join your statement. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to send pictures of the new store after you remove it. It seems like you guys do the work yourself, so it's not so expensive to do that. What I'm going to tell you is that if you need bullet protection for just a cashier, you can choose to do that to protect the person at the cashier. I assume that you're not going to be 24 hours.
No.
Okay, just the grocery store is 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
So you can protect and window in just the cashier, but I want the products to be reachable.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And as the secretary mentioned, you need to send pictures of that before you get your license. I'm also going to ask you to amend with updated finances, reflecting the entire cost of the renovation, your first month, last month, whatever investment that you're making, and also whatever it costs for you to buy your initial inventory.
Thank you. Okay.
And you're okay with the amended financials?
Yes, I'm going to allow the commissioner to change his vote if he wants to,
Yes, I
given,
You want to change your vote?
no,
I think you're talking to me.
I was asking him if he agreed with the
Oh,
amended
me.
financials. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Commissioner DeLone, are you sticking with?
I don't think I need to change my vote because they've been approved. And I wish you really.
Thank you.
really
Thank you
the
so
best.
much. We really appreciate the community.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So they were voting, he already had the opportunity to speak, and so they've been approved.
I didn't mean
All
to
right, thank you.
interrupt I didn't know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go a little out, we still have a couple items with interpreters. I'm gonna go out of order though, because I have a feeling we're going to adjourn this one. It's 13 M&M Wines and Liquors, Inc. So they requested a Punjabi interpreter, last minute request. We couldn't get one. They did submit a waiver of right to waive the request, but they did already make the request for the Punjabi interpreter, so it's up to the members if they want to proceed.
Yeah,
with
we're
it.
asking for a waiver. She understands some English, and her family is here. It's a family-run business. We have the manager here as well, and all the concerns I can address.
Oh, I thought you were asking about if we're okay proceeding without the interpreter.
Well, that too, I'm just asking you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with the rule.
Okay.
But I think we have opposition, so.
Oh.
You have opposition?
Yes. That's why I kind of called it up too, in case.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah, if there's opposition, I have to get the interpreter, I'm sorry. It's gonna be 4-7.
Commissioner De Leon?
I can't do 4-7. I can't do 4-7.
So the opposition's attorney has said he can't do 4-7. So
420 something?
it would be 4:22.
4:22.
Is that
All
okay
right.
with you, Mr.
If
Rodriguez?
the I can't have them speak at all. I mean, they waited all day. If we have a problem like this, we need to bring it up. We need to like, they needed not to sit there and wait this long if that was gonna be the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
188 liquor center, 188.
On the applicant side, we would urgently like to speak. I have family issues. I'm out of the country next month, and we really would like to proceed. Opposition is here as well. They're ready.
It would be very helpful, I think, to the authority if we could really, really make sure that clients need interpreters or not. It kind of puts us in a bit of a bind. You know, if they say they need an interpreter and we don't vote in their you know, their way, maybe they have a challenge there or so. It just makes things difficult. If you
I mean,
need
who
it-
submitted the request for the interpreter?
I submitted the request.
Then
It
you
was
made a
last
last-minute
minute.
request.
Yes, it was last minute. I was informed that an interpreter would be needed at the last minute. And then they submitted a waiver. We just provided a waiver regarding the interpreter, and we would like to proceed.
Where's the waiver? Let me see the waiver.
His outdated letterhead, by the way.
Can I propose something here? Council? If they all sign this waiver right now,
Well, that's fine. Anything could be done. The principal signed it. There's one principal, and then
Is the
that's the
principal
son,
here?
father, who are also a manager and
who's
employee.
the principal?
Chief.
Okay. So you both sign, I don't know what council's gonna say or what
No,
the
the,
chair's
the
gonna
the
say. but
principal signed
To
it.
me, if you both sign that in this open
Oh, and then
forum,
you-
I'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that form? You got that from us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's part of our
It'll-
of our
yeah.
paperwork.
It did look a little outdated. There was an
All
employee
right, I
section.
mean,
on
if
it.
that form exists, obviously this has happened before, so I'll be fine with it.
I would just ask, who is it that you're indicating is doing the interpretation?
The-
the information.
The son here, who's also an employee.
You're gonna vouch for his directly in
He also signed to that effect.
you're gonna acknowledge that it's direct and without.
Yes.
You know that, right?
What was that?
He's gotta take it exactly verbatim. He doesn't add, subtract, or advise or anything. Okay? 'Cause
That's fine.
sometimes it drives me a little nuts sitting here.
I agree on all of this.
You acknowledge you'll do that?
I guess I could just recuse myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could.
I'll step back, and if my colleagues will go, I don't feel comfortable proceeding once you've asked for an interpreter. And I encourage everybody who's listening to really, really give consideration as to whether your client needs an interpreter or not. It's a burden on everybody. But once I hear that, I gotta be comfortable that the person really knows what's going on, that they really know what the waiver stipulates. And I just don't want to do that. But if my colleagues feel comfortable, that is their decision. I will step back and not be a part of the proceeding.
Where are you at?
Are you okay with that, by the way?
Okay.
Because again, if you get the adjournment, you may get a 3 members, but that's,
All right, so it's your choice. You only get 2 votes.
you get 2 votes today or 3 votes later.
Proceed, want to get 2 votes. Yes, we proceed.
Okay.
That's fine with us.
Okay, so I'm just going to acknowledge on the record that there was a request made for interpreter. Interpreter was not available. The applicant and her family subsequently filled out a waiver that was provided by the state stating that her son will be interpreting today. One of the commissioners have decided to recuse from this particular vote. This application is a package store removal. They are moving 0.9 miles from Flushing to Fresh Meadows. We have protests. Who wants to speak today? So we will let them go first.
Neil Trivedi on behalf of the objection for 188 Street Liquors, Inc. Currently, we are on a temp license.
I'm sorry, 188?
Street Liquors, Inc., which is a Mayfair Wine and Liquors.
Okay.
Currently, we're operating under a temp license. My client bought the business in October, November of last year. We just got the conditional approval letter. We still are waiting to get the temp license. The permanent license.
So you just transferred?
We just transferred, yes. My client bought this business from Mayfair Wine and Liquors in October, November. And for a significant amount of price, then they did quite a bit of renovation, spent a lot of money on the renovation. We don't have a full year worth of sales report to report to you. And of course, we're in the month of January and February where the business is very difficult for them to sustain, but they have spent a lot of money acquiring the location as well as spent in renovating it in the hopes that it will do well in the years to come.
Okay. Is that just one client? Do you represent the other stores or no?
No, I'm just representing my client, 188 Street Liquors.
Okay, got it. Okay, can you let the other people speak?
Okay.
Hello. I'm representing JNR Discount Liquor Store.
You are JNR?
Yes.
I don't, oh, okay, yeah, I see it. It's the 1.6 miles away?
Yes.
Okay.
And my objection to this application is there are already 5 liquor stores in the diameter of under 1.5 to 2 miles radius.
Are you guys interpreting or not? Because you have to be interpreting. Yeah, that's the job. Are you telling her what he's saying? Because you're not doing it. No, you have to actually go back and tell her everything that the other lawyer said. Take the time and explain to her why this gentleman in the gray was here. Okay, do you understand that? So he just bought a store that's very close to yours, and then now this other one is the 6th closest store that's 1.6 miles away.
Mr. Rodriguez, the man has to verbatim tell her everything that's spoken in English here, please.
No, you guys are standing there. You need to tell them, like, that's your job.
Every English word. Say it. Okay. Just last thing, because these frustrate me. Tell your mom, or even the professionals drive me a little crazy sometimes. So when I say every word goes to her, like even now, you got to tell her.
Okay. All right, keep going, sir.
Yes.
So you work at JNR or you own JNR?
I work at JNR.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, and it's showing decrease since 21 to 24.
Yes. And according to New York Times article, also we all know that liquor sales have been decreasing since past few years.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear one thing you're saying.
I'm sorry. According to New York Times article, we all also know that the liquor sales have been decreasing since 4-5 years, since last 4-5 years, and people have been drinking less, and so the business is already in downturn, and having the 6 store in that small radius of diameter, it would really hurt all of the businesses which have been operating in the area before, and we have been operating in the area since 23 years, and we have seen the significant decrease in the numbers since 5 years.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The church is on a different street, Maureen? Not on the corner, but
are located on the corner.
okay.
Next person who wants to speak?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a general manager at Mayfair Wine and Liquors. My main concern is that the M&M Wine and Liquors, which is located 6115 184th Street, it's dangerously close to Francis Lewis High School. And also, I also have a list of signatures of petitions. We went door to door at each residence, and I have a decent list of signatures opposing this liquor store.
All right, what's the name of the high school?
Francis Lewis High School.
All right, did you submit the signatures, or how many signatures do you have?
I have about less than 25.
Okay, and it's signatures in protest?
Yes.
You send us a copy of that?
No, I have copies with me.
All right, you are 0.9 miles away, right?
Yes.
No, you're not. You're
1.2 miles, I
1.1
believe.
miles away. Okay. Okay, got it. Their original location is how far away from you?
Their original location, which was around Union Turnpike.
Yep.
That was say less than a block away.
So why are you protesting? They're moving further away from your store.
My main concern is it's the high school. It's for the betterment of the
You're the general
kids.
manager of a liquor store and you're concerned about high school.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Next.
Sir, go ahead.
I am from Bruce's Wines and Liquor. I am here if you need any question.
You are
To
from where,
oppose
sir?
this. From Bruce's Wines and Liquors.
Bruce's. Where's that?
Is 16805 Union Turnpike, Fresh Meadows, New York.
I don't have it on my list. Am I
line here, guys?
How far away are you?
Sales numbers, right?
No, go ahead.
What's your address again, sir?
168-05,
-05?
yes. Union Turnpike, Fresh Meadows, New York.
Okay. 1.9 miles. Okay, so it's the next one over.
Yeah, my concern is we have so many liquor stores over there. It's no room for another liquor stores.
Right, but you own the store, sir?
Yes, me and my wife, we have family
Okay, but
business.
they're already in the neighborhood. You know that, right? They're just looking to move, and this is the second time they're trying to do this.
That is, we are 1.8 mile away.
Right. How
Like,
close are you to their prior location?
Yes,
Are you closer to their current location or closer to their next location?
we are closer. I think no room for another liquor store. That's why my concern, you know?
All right, just give me 1 minute.
Everybody is struggling to make it, money for, the rent is too high, everything, getting up.
They were 0.9 miles.
Okay, so they're moving a mile away from you.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
there it is from the
All right,
old one right there. Jesus. The old one, they're 0.9.
You kill me.
Good morning. Arhelio Rodriguez here, appearing on behalf of M&M Wines and Liquors. I'm here, this is a family-run business. I'm here with the principal, Kuljinder Kaur. I'm here with Buljinder Singh, Kuljinder Kaur, and Jaskaran Singh. We respectfully request approval of this removal application. This is moving an existing liquor store license from 185-11 Union Turnpike to 0.9 miles away to 61-15 184th Street in Fresh Meadows. At the outset, I want to properly frame this case. This is not an application for an additional license, but a removal application. There will be no additional saturation of the market. This is a forced, modest relocation of an established neighborhood liquor store after the prior premises, the landlord refused to renew that old lease and proceeded to actually demolish that building recently. The question before the board is whether this serves the public convenience and advantage, and the answer to that is yes. I'll start off with the public convenience and advantage. The sales history proves actual market demand. The applicant itself, M&M, generated 1.73 million in 2021, 1.91 in 2022, and 2.11 million in 2023. So we have high numbers and a clear upward trend. That's not speculative demand, it's actual sustained demand by the exact same operator. Second, the surrounding market data does not show saturation. The second closest store here, the former Mayfair, is 1.1 miles away, and they have reported very substantial sales, including 2.73 million in 2024. So I recognize that there is a transaction on that store. However, the saturation issue should be put to bed by the fact that they produced 2.73 million in 2024. And that should tell the full board that the market is viable and stable. It doesn't indicate that it's oversaturated. Third, the distances matter. There's none of these liquor stores, the closest stores are within 1 mile. So all the stores are approximately 1.0 to 1.6 miles away. So this isn't a block by block duplication of an existing storefront. It's the continuing of a liquor store within a sensible move away. And fourth.
Right, so can I just ask you, sorry, what's the story here? Because they've applied before.
Yes.
And there was a 200-foot problem before.
Yes.
So what has happened since?
So this application here is removal application number 2. Removal application attempt 1 was unsuccessful. There was an issue with the proposed premises. The construction of the building itself was not far enough along such that the 200-foot rule could be the start point and the end, and the start point of the 200-foot rule, the measurement from the building itself, can be conclusively determined. And then, so the measurement could not even be conducted because it was not 100% set as to
And that
what.
was a bigger place,
Um,
right?
Was it a bigger place?
The old place was bigger.
I wasn't counsel on
The
that.
old proposed place was bigger.
Removal application one was a small store. It was a larger store. This proposed location, I'm sorry for this. I can't.
Yes. No. The old proposal that was turned down was 27% larger than your original. And
Yes.
this one's only 8% by the records I have.
That's correct.
That's accurate.
That's accurate.
And the last proposal, they were gonna spend approximately $25,000. Now they're putting 100,000 in.
Correct. So it's broken down into 100, and then on top of that, we submitted that a sale of one of their lots is pending, also owned in an entity by Kuljinder Kaur, the principal, for the sale of a lot that will net proceeds of 2 million. So that is not in the financial disclosure because it's not cash on hand and it is not a loan. But we did want to alert that would supplement. What was that?
They're not gonna spend $2
No,
million.
they're not. I'm just adding it to show financial strength
Okay.
and where funds could come from. I did want to add also that there's specific community need here beyond a generic liquor store. We provided letters of support, including one from a local Jewish synagogue, as well as a community center. And we provided 12 letters of support as well. The M&M itself has a long history of being a reliable provider of kosher certified wines and spirits. And the applicants would speak to some of the history of what they've done for their kosher segment. They're gonna have, they've always had significant barcodes and significant selection regarding kosher products. If I may, I'd like to pass it on.
I think,
All right,
Commissioner Mayor, if you're ready.
I'm ready to vote.
I think.
Right, go ahead,
yeah.
Commissioner.
Okay, I vote to approve. And I'm gonna just note what I believe is the correct record, because I think I voted in the negative last time for several reasons. There was some confusion that the finances were wrong. The place was much bigger, which I don't know if that alone would have done that to me. But now you're only 8%. You've got 100% financing. You're obviously trying to remove within some locale. So I don't have any troubles with the yes.
The chair.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. Two of the protesting stores are actually now going to be further away from this location, so presumably they are actually not as close by and not as much competition in theory. There are two assembly members, Assemblymember Weapon and Rosick, that have written in support of this applicant. She's been exemplary since 2017. And is moving less than a mile away to a store that is similar size to the one she has now. So I'm going to support her business and vote to approve. We checked on the high school, is 924th Street, 24 feet away.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Ad hoc interpreter gets a B- from me today, which is higher than some pros.
I just want to say, last time, thank you. Last time it was a web.
Anyway, right?
Last time it was a WebEx interpreter, and we all know how those go. So
That's worse.
yes. All right. So we do have a Spanish interpreter. The Spanish interpreter can come up. We have number 18, El Dorado CSJ Inc. Number 18, El Dorado CSJ Inc.
All right, can I?
What do you got, Todd? Take a break?
Do you want to take a break?
Fine, if
Oh,
I-
we're going to take a brief recess. I apologize. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the item number is 18, El Dorado CSJ Inc.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We're the applicants.
Okay, and then we have the interpreter, if the interpreter can, where'd she go?
Serrani de Jesus from El Dorado.
Are you the interpreter?
Jose Alvarado.
If you can, are you in need of the interpreter?
Yes.
Yeah, if you can go up and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Mercedes Landeta, interpreter of Spanish.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, and members of the board. First, accept my condolences for the authorities' loss. My name is Howard Levine, and I represent Universe Wine and Liquor. There is no public convenience and advantage to licensing this new store. There are 7 stores within half a mile of the proposed premises. The closest store is located on the same avenue. It's only 2 blocks away. Sales of the existing stores are generally flat or declining. Public inconvenience and advantage will not be advanced by adding another store in such close proximities to these licensees who already offer a very wide range of product as well as wine tasting and education. The objecting store and the nearby stores are bulletproof. And of course, I think everyone would agree with Commissioner Maya that they are disfavored. But in speaking with my client, the one thing that I've learned, and I've been doing this a while, but I've learned this, that the bulletproof configuration is for the nighttime. During the day, they work in a working class neighborhood that's really trying to pull itself up and revitalize itself. However, unfortunately, when the sun sets, things change. This store in particular is on a little bit of a side street, and so when it gets dark, there is not a lot of foot traffic right in front of it to promote visibility and disclosure. But that during the day and on the weekends, a lot of the bulletproofing doors and cases are open, and people can come in and touch the product and read the labels and compare things and ask questions and understand what the varietals are, what the seasonality is, what pairs good with food. And there's wine tastings within these stores as well, so that there is intimate interaction with the customers. And you're going to hear from the store that they get feedback of what people would like to see more of, what they'd like to see less of. And they ask questions that can provide them with information. One of the most important things to the board, and I think we all agree it should be, and it is, are the gross sales. When we look at Senna Liquors, they've had a really significant decline from 24 to 25, about 25%. Their sales were flat from 23 to 24. And although there was some increase from 21 to 22, from 23 down from 22 to 23, it went back down. Universe, the objectant standing next to me here, when you amortize its sales, it was 514 for May. It only opened.
You mean Universe?
Yes.
Not University?
No, Universe Wine and Liquor.
Okay, because University would be kind of bad.
No. Universe Wine and Liquor opened in May of 24.
Okay.
So if you amortize its sales on a 14-month cycle, that would have brought it to 514. Its sales through August of 2025, amortized 14 months, shows a decline to 505. Similarly, Sahamoro Liquor Inc. saw declines year over year and a very slight increase, a little bit less than 1% increase from 24 to 25. But the years before that were precipitous declines.
So you're saying Senna, what was Senna's year end?
Senna's year end.
Was it decline from 24?
Senna's year end was a 25% decline from 1.05 million to 734,846.
Oh, okay.
One of the most significant declines I've ever seen.
Okay.
That's Senna.
Universe, what was your year end? I mean, it's neither here nor there because they just transferred in 24.
The 14-month amortization is 505. Yeah, do you know what the actual number was for the year 2025?
I think we got it.
No, you did a certain number of months of 2025, partial year, when you got the
Yeah, I
gross
only
sales
have until
letter.
end of August.
They have until the end of August.
We have
Do
to
you,
get it from
content, but if they need it, we submit it.
Do you know how it compares to 2024? Was it the same?
It doesn't
Was
matter
it-
because I only have a portion of the year for 24 because she just transferred.
Right,
It
okay.
doesn't matter.
So if you look at Sena, that's a
I
precipitous
can't compare
decline.
the full year anyway. So what about,
So you look at Woody Crest
and those are
next.
your only two clients, right?
No, my only client is Universe.
Your only client is Universe, so Senna is not your client.
Sena's not my client, but Sena's the closest store and its sales are down 25%.
How do you know that?
Because I'm looking at the gross sales that I got from the FOIA request, 21 to 22, there was an increase, 22 to 23, I'm sorry, 23, 24, sales were flat. Sales declines from 24 to 25, 105 million to 734,000.
How would you get 700 and whatever, 746? Did you just do the math or you actually know that?
1 second. That's the gross sales letter that was submitted after this memo was issued. Do you have that?
Because I don't have that in my record, so how does he know that? Am I just
Did you
blind
do-
right
you did
now?
The interpolation, I think. Is that what you must have done, sir?
I'm sorry?
Would you do it, did you do that interpolation again?
For which store are we talking?
Senna?
Yeah, Senna.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Senna sales, they reported through November. So 14 months of that year would bring it to 734.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so
It's
you-
818. Okay, but because I did the numbers too.
All right, so let's just be clear here. When we talk about other people's sales, if you tabulated something or calculated something, let's just be clear about that.
Sure.
Because you're presenting it like fact and that may or may not be the fact.
Yeah, so
Sure, so looking at 603,000 through November 10th,
Yeah, so you
It's
divide.
fine. I mean,
divide
presumably it's
603
not more than 1.06 million because they did not make 35% of their sales in the last month of the year.
Exactly. We absolutely can agree on that.
Okay.
And then Universe is somewhere around the same or lower.
Okay, but Universe is a different, to me, and I've said this before, you've heard me. When a store is New York City or anywhere actually does 2,893 for a year, in my opinion, they shouldn't even be open.
293 was from May of 24,
Gross at a liquor store is 293,000. You're better off working at Walmart.
but that was only that was only several months. It was partial year. They got their license May.
Okay, I know. I'll note that. Thank you.
Sure. So amortizing that out would have been 514, and then amortizing the 2025 numbers would bring it to 505.
Okay.
So then skipping down to Woody Crest, that's the one that I was referring to earlier, which I think that they most recently, they also were licensed in part of 2024, had a full year 2025 amortized, shows that they're decreasing 20%. And then Family Liquor also decreased as well. And it's the lack of robust sales in the area that demonstrate that there's no need for another store. Although it is anticipated that the applicant will argue that it is going to be not a bulletproof configuration and that alone should cause its licensing. However, again, and you're going to hear it from my client, that the bulletproof casings are open during the day. The bulletproof is important at night, and the sales are all either flat or declining in the area. The other thing is the size of the applicant, and I understand from the FOIA request that it's 504 square feet, and that it's going to be 450 feet of retail space. But to the extent that it includes an office and a bathroom, it's very peculiar that those two structures would only be 54 square feet. So in all likelihood, the retail space is going to be much, much smaller. And to the extent that it'll be a non-bulletproof configuration, it's just a little bit less attractive than it might ordinarily be. The population in the area is generally flat from 2010 to 2020. It went up from 75,000 and change to 77,000 and change, but the projected 2024 brought it down to 74,000, which is below even 2010. No huge construction in this immediate area, and the median income is $41,000 and change. But what's really compelling here is when the community speaks, and we saw that in an application heard today. A member of the Highbridge community submitted an objection to you. She lives in the area and she works in the area. She characterizes the area as a neighborhood actively working toward revitalization. She mentions that the potential success is dependent on investments that promote public health, youth safety, and community stability. She concludes by saying granting a liquor license would fundamentally be counterproductive to those goals because this,
Statement, in my opinion.
of course it is, but that was also her introductory statement. The fact of the matter is this area has a lot of schools right around it. PS 11's main building is only 1 block north. PS 11 Satellite Early Education Center is only 3 blocks away. Garden of Learning and Discovery Pre-K and Brillat Pax Charter School are 3 blocks away. Highbridge Green School is less than a 5-minute walk. It's also sandwiched in between 2 youth centers, Mosaic Beacon Community and Highbridge Voices. And finally, it's only a short walk to the Highbridge Park, the MARYUMA Playground, the Corporal Irwin Fisher Park. It's the voice of the community giving those specifics and not as much generalized as we've heard, which is compelling. She's got boots on the ground. The sales and the location of the stores and the saturation of the area and the composition and nature of the area speak volumes that the public's convenience advantage will not be promoted by licensing this store.
I like your presentation. So, I mean, whatever happens with this. So maybe you know this answer. Have there been any CBD outlets open?
I don't know that.
Dispensaries?
Do you know if there have been any CBD dispensaries licensed?
No, I think he means THC.
Do you mean
Yeah, I don't know.
cannabinoid licenses?
I really don't even know how to articulate it. Places that sell.
I'm your age, I'm the same way.
Okay.
Any pot dispensaries opening up in the area? Forgive my
We
informality.
already smoke pot, so I
Any
don't know if
pot-
that has anything to
what?
do with it.
That's why it's called pot.
Yeah, that's now legal, smoking pot
What?
in the immediate area? No. They don't think so. Look, I have to, she does not think so.
Why am I asking that? And maybe they'll answer. The community is so concerned, and what are they doing about dispensaries opening up? I just wanted to know.
Maybe that's why there is none.
Well, it's not in their power to really do anything.
We don't know, okay.
Maybe that's why. Let me step aside. Let me have you hear directly from the objectant very briefly. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Emily Lin. So I'm speaking on my behalf of my mother-in-law. So she just went back to China last Friday due to an emergency because of one of our family member has passed away.
All right, she's the store owner
Yeah, she's the store owner.
of Universe.
Yeah, Universe Wine Liquor. So yeah,
Okay.
so basically my mother-in-law and her son work in the store every day as a full-time. So we grant our liquor license in May 2024. Our shop is a small family-owned business with a total size of approximately 640 square feet, including a 350 square feet for a retail area. So since opening, they've been working really hard for the liquor store. This is not just a business for us. It's a business. It's also a family. It represents our livelihood, our dedication, and future we're trying to build through the honest and hard work. Because our store is only open in May 2024, so we are still in the early stage of developing and carefully managing our store. We don't know what's going on in the future, but we are still in the early stage of knowing the neighborhood. And so,
Okay, and what borough do you live in?
I'm sorry?
What borough do you live in?
Oh, we're not living in Bronx. We're living in Queens.
Okay.
Yeah. So we offer a variety of products, including New York
Why'd you
State.
buy a store in the Bronx if you live in Queens?
So we try to after the COVID pass, my husband and mother-in-law sell out the restaurants, And then we try to get a new business to start with. That's why we're searching around the area. Like we go to the Bronx because we're thinking about the liquor store. As you know, like the Asian community, many of the Asian community introduce a liquor store. So we start to searching we went to the liquor store inside asking if you do sell a liquor store or not. That's how we find our liquor store.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And
So you found your own seller? You found the seller?
yes, because we're driving like each block by each block to asking if you sell or not. That's how we start with our business.
Impressive.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
You guys all together?
This is my
Oh, you're a different store?
Say your name and the store.
Sir, do you represent
Hi, everybody. My name is Chen. I'm from Woody
No,
Crest
you
Wine
represent only them.
Yeah.
And you are what store?
Woody Crest Wine Liquor.
The fourth close one.
Okay, got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like what she say, well, I take over the store at 2024, May, and this is just the beginning of our business. So we try to make the business better, but we.
Can he speak in?
I can speak English
No.
well, but like what she said, we are in the early stage of the business.
Okay,
So-
that's okay. We can understand him. Okay, keep going.
So our store sale is not going up, but now the economic environment is not so well. So
Okay.
like what she said, I build a store like a family store, try to making the store get a better future. Or
Okay, who do you run the store with?
my cousin.
Your cousin?
Yeah.
And how'd you find this store in 2024?
A real estate sales agent.
And what borough do you live in?
Queens.
Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you very much. He speaks good English.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Is that your brother?
No.
That's my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry, I saw.
That's my husband.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh my God, sorry, she's translating. Okay, so we are from the Bronx. I have a business in the Bronx. I have lived in the Bronx since I came to this country 17 years ago. I have always lived in the Bronx since I came to this country in 17
Sorry,
years
you're
ago.
one of the applicants?
Yes,
Okay,
Savani.
you guys are married to each other?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
So what business?
Oh, I have, it's a hair salon. I had it for 8 years. We had the dream to open the liquor store for a while, but then COVID happened and I just opened my hair salon in 2018. So we had to recover because we didn't get government help. But now we were able to recover finances and able to do this. Our liquor store that we're proposing, it is not bulletproof, it's open. One of the things that I feel living in the Bronx is like how places always like they protecting the sale from the customer instead of welcoming the customers. So that's what we want to do. Like in my salon, we're very open. It's not like barricaded and super huge counter. So we want to be welcoming to everyone. One thing that I saw in the other liquor store in the neighborhood, I did my research. I went into the businesses. I never saw them open, like they said, that the configuration opens. And I never found products that were local for like New York products. I remember going to a tasting, and what was that? It was a liquor store in Grand Concourse. They were promoting Warwick wines. It was like a New York brand. And I went to their liquor stores, and they didn't have it either. So I thought that was a really good idea, promoting the, the state's economy. I don't know if you have any other questions.
There's a business plan that you submitted. Did you write
Yes.
that plan? Did you use a program to write it, or did you?
I did it myself. I did use a template because that helped me to know what did I have to put in there. But I did it myself. I agree with them. The area it is revitalizing. That's one of the ideas I have. I want the area to look like it is. The Bronx is revitalizing. It's not this place that you used to look in the movies, dangerous, and you're gonna get mugged in a corner. That's not what I want for the Bronx. I want the Bronx to look like it's a good place to be. So you can see my business plan. So there's two new buildings coming up, 2 blocks from our stores. One is 26th floor and another is a 7th floor building.
Are you gonna keep your cleaning service or are you going to?
I have a cleaning company, by the way. So for the windows especially, we're gonna need help for that and we're gonna hire for the window cleaning.
So who's gonna run the business?
And mostly Jose. He's gonna be there full time. He's just waiting for that to happen because he has more experience than I have.
And Jose's an event coordinator?
Yes, so he's not gonna do that anymore. He's just waiting for the liquor store to open.
We have it reversed. We have it that he will continue as event coordinator and you will not continue there.
No, it's actually the opposite. Yeah, maybe we made a mistake, but no, it's the opposite. I'm actually a college student, so I can't devote my 100% to the store.
You're also a college student?
Yes. Thanks to CUNY, it gives me the opportunity to school, to go to school remote. It really helps. Oh, political science. I hope to be a lawyer one day. Yes.
Are the photos in your business plan actual as-built, or are those what you'd like it to look like?
No, it is already built. Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you. That was Jose's doing. Yes, he really did it with a friend. Yes.
All right, Donna.
All right, the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Well, I thank everybody for their comments and their presentation. The numbers here are concerning, and the number of stores in the location are concerning. We're voting already.
Oh, so sorry.
Council mentioned 7 within half a mile, but we had numbers for 5 within half a mile, but it's neither here nor there. But there are things that distinguish you from the other stores. They're all bulletproof. We've had some discussion about that, but you've committed to being non-bulletproof. And really for some reasons that strike me, about being a person in the community and how you feel about your community and how you want to be welcoming to your community. So that impressed me. And your business plan, I think, is also well-written and lays out some things that are really, really good. You're talking about online ordering with in-store pickup, local delivery services, gift card options, a loyalty system, and really something that I have not seen before, complimentary parking through a third-party validation agreement. I find that all very, very impressive. Not many people have submitted business plans, which I think is, extraordinary considering, that they're coming here looking to start businesses. Of course, when we have the big applicants and the hotels and all that, yeah, we get the business plans. But to have such a comprehensive plan at your level is impressive, and it is thorough. You have in there your execution strategy, your projected growth within 6 to 18 months, your expenses, your overall estimated startup costs. This is a well thought out plan. And for those reasons, and also even though we have a concentration of stores within the 0.5 area, as I look on the map, it's not really a cluster. It's, so I really, really hope that you can make this work, and you have my support, and I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
Before I say my vote, I just want to say that Attorney Levine, that was a great exhibition of protest. I like the way you presented that protest, my own future reference. But I also agree with the analysis of Commissioner De Leon, so I say yes and good luck to you.
Chair?
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm going to find public convenience advantage. Just to note on the record that the local senator is in support of this application. The applicants are good members of the Bronx community, and they have their local elected support, and that's what we want, is for local people to invest in their own communities and own it, and do well. They are having an open concept store where the 5 closest stores are all bulletproof. And so I'm going to vote to support, because the store is relatively small. It's only 500 square feet, so good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, we have one more that needs a Spanish interpreter, so if you could, we have number 5, Narciso Toribio, DBA Island Wine and Liquor Store.
Hello, my name is Narciso Toribio.
Did you request the interpreter, sir? Or who? Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, pero usted estaba presentándose.
Okay, no, thank you. Mi nombre es Narciso Toribio.
My name is Narciso Toribio,
Island Wine, Liquor Store.
Alawai Liquor Store.
I have 13 years.
Tengo 13 años ya con el negocio.
Okay.
I have 13 years with the business.
Okay. Mi dirección es 533.
My address is
Ocean Avenue.
533 Ocean Avenue.
Pero el landlord me pidió el local.
But the landlord requested me that space.
Okay. Y conseguí
And then I found out or I got the 1925
Church
Church
Avenue,
Avenue in Brooklyn,
Brooklyn, New York.
New York.
It's not 125.
It's not.
11226.
Check that out.
Y entre esos hay como 200 pies.
Amongst both of them is around 200 feet, square feet.
All right, so Donald?
All right, I think we're actually pretty good. And the members are ready to vote.
Los miembros están listos para votar.
Commissioner De Leon.
El señor De León.
Okay, this is a necessary move because the landlord refuses to renew the lease. It's a move of only 202 feet.
Dice que están
You have letter of support. There are 2 churches. One, we have a letter of support from. The other, we had some information that it was too close according to the 200-foot rule, but we find that not to be the case as a result of our own investigation. So I'm going to support this and vote to
Entonces
approve.
vamos a darle
Commissioner
el
Maya.
soporte.
Yeah, I note the support of St. Paul's Church. I checked off the church
También
issue
revisé
moments ago.
unos
Healthy
meses
sales
atrás,
in the area,
las ventas
and
y
the
las-
same
en el área.
4 closest stores, so I approve.
And Chair.
Entonces, por lo tanto,
I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. This store has been in existence since 2013. They're moving 202 feet to our larger size space. There's no history here. The closest stores are all the same, and so there's no protests,
así que no hay ninguna
and
propuesta.
I am going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Y entonces,
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay.
Eso estaba rápido.
All right, and, thank you for Spanish interpretation. Thank you so much. So the next item has a Polish interpreter. That'll be number 4, Balboa Liquor Store, Inc.
Love it.
You were just talking about it too.
Yeah, just go.
So, yeah, there we go. And if the Polish interpreter, if you could please put your name on the record for us.
My name is Danuta Prolens. I'm Polish interpreter.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael James, parent for the licensee. With me is Christoph Mikowski, the operator at this location of this package store since 2017. We're here today seeking a removal of this package store. It's moving approximately 0.4 miles away. It will be within the same neighborhood. And we believe public convenience and advantage would be served. I thought there was a process. Public convenience and advantage would be served in this particular instance. The licensee is being evicted essentially by the landlord. He's not offering a renewal of the lease.
All right, I think the members are
They're ready.
pretty good. So Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Dzień dobry, jak się masz? Speak a little Polish. This is again a move as a result of a loss of a lease. The applicant is staying in the same location. It's only a move of 0.4 miles. I think it's supported by the numbers. And I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
Commissioner May approved.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm going to find public convenience advantage. The store has been in existence since 2017. The store has no disciplinary record. They're moving 0.4 miles, as the commissioner said, from 1,000 square feet, 1,085 to actually a smaller space, 934. 2 of the 4 closest stores are the same. We have 1 protest, but they're not here today. Most of the store are actually 0.4 miles or plus away, and so I don't see a problem here. So I'm going to vote to support and approve. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in. Sorry for the long wait.
Thank you so much. All right, so we went through the interpreters. All right, next is number 7, Gemini Liquors and Wines LLC.
Is that why you know the language? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any opposition?
There's no opposition.
But no.
No opposition present?
Sorry, what number?
No,
Number 7?
number 7. Gemini. Good afternoon, everyone. Bob Romano. I'm here with Rosanna Piscitelli. I don't know if I got that right, trying. This is for a package store in Staten Island at 600 Forest Avenue. I'll talk about sale. I'll make it quick, but I will talk about sales, proximity, product lines, the size of the store, and the applicant principal. The sales of 3 of the 4 closest stores and the figures we received from your office and doing the calculation of the double December show that 3 of the 4 closest stores are doing substantial increases. The closest store is flat or down slightly, but they are doing about $3 million a year. So we feel the sales here can support another store. With regard to proximity, within a 1 mile radius, which is a 2 mile big circle, there are 6 stores. In that radius, which is not in Staten Island, in New York City, is not a concentrated amount of stores. With regard to the size, it is only 1,150 feet of retail, 2,400 square feet total. Not a large store, not a small store, but it's large enough to do some of the things that Rosanna will explain she wants to do into the store. The product line, and this is critical to this application, the product line that Rosanna brought to my attention that she wants to do is Italian-based, and you have it in my submission letter, Italian products. That's wines and liqueurs. She has, we submitted, but she gave me a list of some of the products, and you should have that in your possession, that she intends between wine and liquors will be about 20% of her store. It will be a focus. There's a heavy Italian-American concentration in the population in this area, and this will allow them to get products that they cannot now. And Rosanna will tell you she's been to the neighboring stores to look to see if those products existed on the shelves, and she'll tell you what happened. And
I just want to clarify, there are 3 protests on the record, but I don't think they're here today.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, with regard to Rosanna, I found her to possess exactly the character and fitness that you look for. She has held a license for 17 years with the authority, unblemished. She intends to spend 48 hours a week here. This will be her job. She's not farming it out to a family manager or a friend, or she will be there at the store. If you have any questions for me, otherwise Rosanna would like to
I
say.
have one question.
Yep.
And I don't know, I have a note here. Was there a store that closed recently in that area?
I believe so, about a year ago.
Okay.
On the next block.
And that had kind of large numbers, I think.
You know,
Which
that I'm not sure.
Which would explain the heavy
Remember
spike.
the name of that?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
But that would explain some of the significant jumps in sales in these
How
stores.
far away was that store?
From my location, I believe is a block away.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have
The
something.
one that closed down, yes.
Okay, so there, yeah, okay.
And my bad, I did not have that information, so thank you. So is there anything you would like to?
Oh, sure.
The
Hi,
store looks
everyone.
nice. Is that a freestanding building?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rosanna Piscatelli. I'm represent Gemini Liquors and Wines LLC. I'm first generation here with an Italian descent. I've been working with people in the restaurant business for about 17 years now. What I would like to do for the community of Forest Avenue is bring a little piece of Italy with all different specialties of amados, grappas. I would like to offer free educational classes on my products, free tastings, start maybe a loyalty system. And of course, I'll have a little bit of everything, but 20% of it I would like to dedicate to that.
Italian was her first language.
Yes, yes. My parents.
Where in Italy did your family?
My dad's from Monte di Procida and my mom's from Avellino.
I was asking.
Ready to vote? Do you have questions?
No, I've read the application.
I'm good.
Commissioner De Leon?
To vote, 12.
So what was that again?
You didn't get it yet.
All right, go ahead. There's a store that was denied. Okay, great.
Okay, as Mr. Romano has said, this is a exemplary record here of 17 years. This is a curated program. Business plan that the applicant is proposing, a significant investment of $175,000. And 3 out of the 4 stores that I received figures for projected to do better in 2025 than they did in 2024. So I do see a need. Location, and they're all within a mile of each other, but they. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve.
And
Very
Chair.
nice looking store. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chair?
All right, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. The licensee, the applicant already has a license and have been doing really well for 18 years, no record, no problems. We support her business plan of bringing in something 20% Italian, so I'm going to hold you to the 20%
Thank you very much.
Italian. You can do more, but not less. The neighboring stores are showing flat, not super suffering and not dropping by 50% or anything. I think the 4th closest store is down by not over 10%. Everybody else is basically flat. So I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do it
Thank you.
with
Have a great day.
20%? I'm sorry. Did you said you weren't?
Thank you
gonna hold her to it?
Yeah, I'm going to hold her to it.
So
She's doing 20% Italian.
So Italian products, right?
Yeah, Italian products.
Commissioner De Leon? Commissioner Maya?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
excuse, correct? Right.
As opposed to what?
Shelf space. I mean,
It's inventory, so 20% of inventory.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next is number 14, WIDLEY Wine and Liquor LLC.
What number?
14.
Oh, 14.
Yep.
Hello, everyone.
All right. 14.
You the applicant? Are you the applicant?
Yeah.
Do you have a representative or is it just?
I mean, to be honest, this is my first time. I didn't know like if I had to, bring any lawyer.
I was just asking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty new by myself.
If you want to put your name, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Do you feel the need to have a representing lawyer?
Well, I think it's fine because
Do you have one or is it just?
well, no, I don't have any lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, and you filed the application yourself?
No, actually, a friend of mine just filled it out for me. Yeah.
Okay. Who formed your LLC? Did you have a lawyer do that?
She did, but I'm not sure she's a lawyer.
Okay, okay, okay.
All right.
If you want to proceed, if you just put your name on the record.
Okay, hello everyone, one more time. Yeah, my name is WIDLEY Jelen. So I'm not exactly from in the neighborhood, but I'm not too far. I'm in Canarsie. It's like a 15-minute drive from my house. And then, yeah.
Okay,
if you guys
great.
want
So
me to
let
say
the
more.
protest go first.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Howard Levine for Crosstown Liquors, E&D Liquor, and A&S Liquor. Regarding this
Sorry,
application.
hold on 1 second. You are representing, we have a lot, Crosstown, which is the closest store. And who else?
E&D.
E&D, which is the second closest. Okay, A&S?
Right.
Okay.
And there are other protesters here, but I don't represent them. In this application, there
All
are.
right, hold on 1 second. Who
Yeah.
else is here? What stores do you guys represent?
I represent PIPCO LLC.
What's it called?
PIPCO LLC.
Okay, got it.
Wine and Spirits.
That's the one that's 0.5.
And he was from Little Mo? Little Mo was here,
Little Mo.
but he had to leave.
And
Who
who
else?
else? What store?
Who else who's not represented? Who he doesn't represent?
That's it.
Are you all represented by him?
There were two here, only one remains.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Because Little Mo
You have
left
three
or whatever.
I have three clients,
And 2 are here, 1 is.
and 3 are here. 2 other protesters came.
I got you now.
1 had to leave. Little Mo had to leave. Pivco is still here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So regarding this application, based on the map calculations, there are 8 package stores within 1/3 of a mile. Empire Cellars was licensed, and that license was granted. On maps, it's 154 feet away. Pursuant to the memo to the board, it's 319 feet away. But in any event, it is directly around the corner. I submitted a map to demonstrate, visually how striking it is that it is literally right around the corner. In any event, eight stores within 1/3 of a mile. Some are bulletproof configurations and others are not. This applicant is proposing a bulletproof store configuration. Also, Crown Heights, which is, also within 1/2 a mile, but Simple Syrup has submitted a transfer application to that location. Each of the existing stores offered a wide variety of product. They offer wine tasting and education, products that are expensive, that are cost-effective, products dedicated to New York, others international, others specialty, including sugar-free and kosher. Again, the wine tasting and education seminars are critical to the neighborhood because it develops a relationship between the business owner and its clients. It educates the customer to understand the variety, the seasonality, pair them with food. They offer delivery options, and therefore this small bulletproof configuration store is not going to add anything to the public's convenience and advantage. Again, E&D was licensed. It hasn't opened yet, my understanding, but there are significant restrictions on its license. My understanding is that there's a 45% combined restriction, 15% local, 15% specialty, and the other 15%
Kosher.
kosher.
For Empire Sellers.
I'm sorry, this is for Empire.
Empire.
Empire is the closest. That's open right around the corner. 45% restrictions in total.
I don't have Empire on my list, so am I confused? Who's Empire? Oh, you mean? Oh, it didn't open yet?
Right, it was approved, but it hasn't opened yet. And on maps, it's 154 feet away.
We approved it?
Can you just help me out?
If you look on maps, it's 154. If you look at the memo from the Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, it's 319. That's why I submitted the overhead Google map to show it's literally around the corner.
But he said it's not open yet.
45%.
15% kosher, 15% New York, and 15%,
15% New York wine, 15% New York.
I can look up the actual.
15 wine, 15 spirits, 15 kosher. I mean, that's significant. That was approved
It's a year ago.
April or May, and then they got an extension, as I
don't remember
understand.
doing that.
And I understand that their opening is imminent.
Yeah, there's signage.
The license was approved by the members on April 24th, 2025. We have just issued the license February 5th, 2026.
All right.
The gross sales are all over the place. There is some increase. There are some flat sales. There are some declinations. Crosstown, for example, has seen some growth, but it's modest growth. And again, I put in the report that the 14-month calculation of its partial year sales would have had it at 1.08 million, but it's inaccurate. Their actual sales are much less at 1.003. E&D saw increases, then it saw decreases. Again, the quantification against a 14-month calendar with projected sales for 2025 at 1.335, but they were not. They were 1.11. Sales rose in 2023, but then they declined in 2024. It shows there's not a demand in the community from this public.
All right, thank you.
A&S is overall.
I think we're gonna hear from.
Yeah, why don't you put the clients on for just everybody?
Very quick, sure. Let me just say one quick thing. Population, flat or declining? Number one structure.
Hi, my name is Connor. I represent PIFCO LLC. I'm the only open concept store here today, but Mark from Little Mo had to leave, and Empire Cellars will also be an open concept store. I'd like to submit that our sales have been declining year after year since we opened. We'll be 5 tomorrow. We offer quite a broad selection to the neighborhood of everything from value wines all the way up to specialty, as well as spirits. My business partner, Marie Mix, is a world-renowned mixologist. She specializes in Latin American spirits. We offer a pretty niche and extensive selection there, as well as extensive education to the neighborhood in both wine and spirits. We offer a wine club, delivery, loyalty programs.
I remember you guys, you have a restaurant.
We have a bar across the street, correct?
Yeah.
We kind of extend a lot of our educational opportunities to the bar to offer more long form tastings with winemakers, importers, etc. We are very involved in the community. We have a community fridge that we power. We stepped up when SNAP benefits were suspended last fall by being a food drop-off and pickup location for the neighborhood. And we work with a local group called Clean Up Crown Heights to clean the streets of debris and trash. We have been part of the community for the last 5 years. We're really involved. And even so, our sales are pretty flat or down. And I just don't see a need for more alcohol in the neighborhood. As someone who's got my fingertips in a lot of community member groups, people are just drinking a lot less. There's really no demand.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my respectful board. My name is Tansy Chong from Crosstown Liquors. Chile from Crosstown Liquors. So I just want to mention that there's a lot of stores around us. It's all saturated. And then my specialty, our specialty in our store is that we have a lot of the variety of the liquors and wines and different sizes. And we really don't need another store to be opened around us because we have too many stores already. And I want to mention that I work with Chit Lam and I work for her, but before she took over, I was the owner. I'm 49 years old. And then I was and I am in the community since I was 26 years old. And then I even, have my baby, so whenever I go to the store right now, the customers there's like, where's my baby? I'm like, your baby is old now, like 22 years old already. So, I in the community for so long, and then I don't see there's any need to have more stores. Thank you.
Hi, I represent A&S Liquors on 884 Notion Avenue. We have been there for over like 20, 25 years. It's been there for a while, and then we actually live near and at the store because the store is extended out, so we live upstairs.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you own the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh. And then technically we spend our entire day at the store, and our sales has been around the same throughout the 5 years. Our wines and liquor has been going up and down, but then we are getting a lot more different varietals of orange wines, mezcals, tequilas, and all that.
That's
That's
so this is
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else want to say?
All right, guys, let's go.
Hello, I'm Dazan. I'm from END Liquor Store.
Did you say W&D?
No, say END.
END,
okay.
yeah, END Liquor Store.
All right, thank you. All right,
Okay,
the applicant wants to come up.
sure.
Okay.
Or maybe it's down here. Okay, I got it.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, you own a construction company?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're at that site 6 hours daily?
At the
Yes.
store, 6 hours daily.
You're gonna, well, I have it,
Okay.
you can explain.
All right.
You plan to be at the site or at the construction company 6 hours a day?
Hi, my name is WIDLEY, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm a bit nervous because when I got here, I didn't know if this going to be like this. So all right. I work for 32 BJ as a handyman, and then on the side I do a construction business just to have my personal life because I'm from Haiti. I ain't got no family here, so I try to like sorry guys. Yeah, I'm trying to like do better for my life, and then there's a church by my store. It's an Adventist church, and then I know these people. So one time I went there, they want me to do some work for them. I helped them because it's a big church, but they don't really make a lot of money. And then I helped them with the water problem because they gotta like.
Sir, would you rather? Thank you. Would you rather have the opportunity to retain counsel or even someone who has experience in presenting these cases?
I think I can talk for myself. Like I said, I'm just a little bit nervous because I spend a lot of money in my store, and then I'm far away from before I make the deal with the landlord. I walked the neighborhood. I saw all the store a little far away from my store.
Well,
And
let me ask you about the money, because that's a bit of an issue. The
All right.
investment here is said to be $30,000.
say it again.
The investment here is said to be $30,000
Mhm.
with a $20,000 promissory note.
Right.
Who's lending you the $20,000?
Oh, that was my friend, and then his name is Ezekiel. I helped him get a job and it comes get better for him. So yeah, he's the one lending me $20,000, and then I also had a few money on my personal. Yeah.
You submit a copy of that promissory note?
Yes. Yes.
What do you plan to do? What do you plan to sell in this store?
Well, when I walk the neighborhood, I see people need like wine and liquor, like Hennessy, and I'm Caribbean. I see a lot of Caribbean people around, like Jamaican drinks. I'm not saying no other store not selling the same products, but I'm not trying to like do any competition with anyone. So I'm just trying to like hustle, and because my construction business is not like a huge company, because I want to make sure, and then I can able to stay in my store and then work there. And then I have my brother there too. Like he's not my business partner, so I would say okay, he can help me and then maintain the store and then like moving furthermore.
You plan to have a bulletproof store?
Yeah, but I already have, like I said, my store completely done because I didn't know if I have to wait for this moment right now and to spend more money on it. And then I already got everything prepared. Like I have the shelves, I got everything settled on my store already. All I need now is just put inventory. I already spent like, I already have everything ready on my store to open up. I have glass, I have shelves, and then I fixed the bathroom, everything, everything pretty much done. The sign, even have the sign up, everything.
Yes, but you were listening when we talked about the fact that our legal standard is public convenience and advantage, and that having a bulletproof store, which shows in your pictures, it's not conducive to allowing the public to touch the products and therefore not what we would find as public convenience and advantage. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand, but what happened is when I went to the store, get the glass from them, and then I just purchased like, I believe I bought like 6 glass. I think 4 of them was bulletproof. When I called the company, I told him that, and then he said he thought I needed. I said, okay, no problem, and I answered. But like I said, I've done all the work by myself. If you guys don't want me to have
So
the
you can
bulletproof,
remove it, right?
yeah, 100%. I could do it myself. Yeah.
Members have any other questions?
No, I don't have any.
So you haven't spent any money you've just been paying rent or something?
To be honest, I spent all my saving, like even my own apartment, I rented out to somebody. I live in the basement. So that's why I'm nervous. If I get denied, I know it's gonna be a huge debt because 2021, I invested in a restaurant. I lost like almost $100,000 on it. And then
what was that? What store was that?
Oh, it's a restaurant. My cousin, I'm trying to like open up a restaurant with him, and then he went with a certain speed, and then he just applied for his license, and then he turned the place to a bakery. And then when I said, yo, I thought we were gonna do a restaurant together, and then he said, listen, you took too long. He got this, he got that, and I would give him money for the repairs. I lost like a lot of money on the repairs. So that's why I'm saying I always try to do better, and then it's always like difficult.
Donald?
Yep, the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to like compete to anyone. I'm just trying to like do like a good store in the neighborhood, because I know a few people in the neighborhood. I'm not live there. I'm not from the neighborhood, but I know a few people. I know the church, and in the building in front of it, I know my friend since 2022. Her name is Diamond. If y'all need a letter from her, and also her grandmother passed away a year ago, I give her like almost $5,000. I helped them because they try to like do GoFundMe to bury the grandmother, and I help them. I always try to like do good to people, you know.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready with your vote.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that, I commend you for your entrepreneurship and you wanting to better yourself and you wanting to do the right thing. You strike me as a person that works very, very hard. I try to do these things as, you okay?
Yes.
Are you sure you want to rule?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
So actually, I don't know, maybe the vote that I cast today might actually in the long run help you as opposed to hurt you. Because I don't honestly believe that you're prepared to go into this industry. This is a small store, you know, it's only 400 square retail
Yeah,
feet. But you've picked a location that has many other stores in it.
I understand.
And you did not distinguish yourself in your presentation from those other stores in any way. The closest ones, the three closest ones to you are bulletproof. You plan to be bulletproof also. You didn't indicate that you were going to provide anything special or unique that the other stores don't provide. That would be a public convenience and advantage to the public. You're going to be bulletproof also. So that is a problem. To open up a store, even though you've done so much of the work yourself and only have $30,000 for inventory, while you're paying rent at $3,000 a month, and also I imagine have to pay installments towards your promissory note, is a very heavy task.
Yeah, I know.
The numbers for the the stores that are in opposition, as everybody knows, I try to compare and see where they're headed. For 2024 to 2025, they show modest growth. They're not spectacular growth, but not a loss either. Maybe not as much as in years past, but in an upward trend as opposed to a downward trend. Except for PIVCO, you definitely are projected to do less in 2025. So all those reasons, sir, I respectfully have to deny your application. I just don't see that you're prepared financially to go into this industry, or that you in any way presented public convenience and advantage to the public that they don't already have.
I understand.
I respectfully deny the application.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I have to agree with that, sir. You impressed me, especially your investments in other business, and I hope you find another business or another location that you buy. But what I'm looking for is somebody to come in with new blood, and I just think I just believe you lack the management experience for a package store. And if I could advise you in one other way, because I believe you have a future, definitely you have a good future. You might want to have professionals with you in anything you do. You talked about a bakery or a restaurant, and it sounded like that didn't turn out well. So get some advisors so you could prosper.
All right.
Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny, no public convenience and advantage.
Sorry, sir. Application's been denied. All right. Thank you. Next application is number 6, MIXTECA Spirits of Town, 987 Corp.
Which number is that? Did you call?
Number 6.
I don't envy you on that one. So.
Number 2 on Hoffman. Let's see.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elke Hoffman. I'm a representative for the applicant, MIXTECA Spirits of Town 987 Corp. And with me is Howard Goldspiel, who is the principal. And I see there's opposition, so I will step aside and let them.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Henry Glucroft. I'm appearing on the behalf of Winos LLC, my shop known as Henry's. Believe I'm the third closest. We don't have a lawyer today, but we've kind of spoken a little bit amongst ourselves, and there's 3 other stores. I know there may have been issues.
All right, what
with-
are the stores?
Yeah, just
Three
come up one
Bottles,
at a
which is the
time.
closest
My
one.
name is Elvis Sanchez. This is Bishop Liquors.
I'm sorry, what?
Bushwick Liquors on 459 Bushwick.
That's the fourth closest.
New Wilson Liquors.
What is it?
New Wilson Liquors.
Wilson, so that's the second closest. Okay, and I had letters from 3 of the 4.
Are you the last store?
No, I also have another one from 5 o'clock forever.
No, that's the one next to me. That one's on Bushwick.
Yeah, that's the one that didn't come but wrote a letter. Okay, so I have 5 protests on the record total.
Who are you? What store do you represent? We're together. Are you together, and which store do you represent?
42 bar, Big Tree Bar.
Big Tree. They're the closest store.
Okay, yeah, got it. All right, thank you.
All right, just
Okay,
come back up
one
with-
person speaking. Yeah, but you can all speak. I mean, if you're representing, it's fine as well.
I'll just say that it looks like every store is declining. I know mine from 2021 to 2025 are down about 50%. There was a new license issued, the Lovebirds 5 o'clock. I overheard somebody say before that if you're not making $300,000, you should be working at Walmart. They're making like $250,000 in 2025 based
That's
on
revenue?
Yeah.
You?
No, not me. The shop, that's the 5 o'clock that presented protests that I'm not in touch with them personally, but I'm concerned they may not have received the communication about the hearing because I had to share it with a few of them.
Right, but you understand where I'm coming from when I say that, right?
The
Without-
shock with the
without knowing
250.
the profit margin ultimately.
Yeah, you can't survive in
If
New
you're
York
300
City. They've
revenue,
got, I don't know their rent, but it's
How
got
are you
to.
paying for everything in?
That's not me, but I saw the number in the request. I can't imagine. And that's their second year of sale.
Right. So
First,
you would agree with my statement then?
yeah, these sales, we don't believe justify a new store. The new store application is barely over 500 feet from a school. In between them and the school is a park. There's parking lots. It's not very dense. A lot of it is warehouses. In addition, Flushing Avenue is a two-way street with not a lot of foot traffic. It's mostly commercial, heavy-duty trucks, and potentially health services going to Woodhull Hospital up the block. Delivery trucks, double parking would provide an inconvenience to those commuters. The sales pressure, it makes it harder for like shops like mine to buy, on 2 or 4 case breaks of specialty wines, which ultimately enable us to be both profitable and present the best prices to customers. I have a huge inventory, huge selection, SKUs. The other shops I know pretty well are also offering a diverse selection of both wines and spirits across the spectrum to where, as somebody who's lived in the neighborhood, I don't feel like there's any value a new shop could provide in terms of product, inventory, service, not relying on internet sales. Part of my sales are even on the internet. So if you remove the internet side of the sales, my local sales are even lower. I had a couple notes, and if anybody else wants to chime in. Additionally, the foot traffic, they would be passing by one of the existing stores before getting to this Flushing Ave location. Either they'd be taking the train, the Morgan L coming up the block, passing by 43 Bogart. If they're taking the J train, they're going by Bushwick Liquors. If they're coming from the other direction, they're like a block away from Wilson Ave. And if they're coming from the other side, they're coming by my shop. I just don't see public convenience. I see declining sales across the 4 closest with, this 5 o'clock, I don't know how they're gonna survive doing, maybe they're tracking 500,000 barely for 2026 or 2025.
Why is the whole area so low?
Honestly, there's the demographic element, like
Which is?
young kids who are going out who don't really, spend money on wine, who drink a lot less. It's not as residential as it seems. People, I've been in Bushwick since 2009, and it's sad to say it really hasn't gotten
Stop
any
drinking.
better.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yes, drinking less. I think post-COVID, people are consuming more on-premise, where on-premise establishments are maybe suffering a little less. I also feel genuinely the Bushwick neighborhood just really hasn't kept up with the improvements we see in other neighborhoods. Do you have any other questions?
Can I add something to this?
So is there anyone, I'm sorry, if I probably missed it, I could ask you. There's nobody here from 5 o'clock forever, right?
No, unfortunately, I contested that license. I'm not in touch with them.
Okay.
And I
Because they-
don't know if they received the communication.
All right, because
But I'm not surprised by those numbers, to be
that
honest.
is like close.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay. No, I didn't mean to cut you off when I flashed my hand, but I understand what you just said. Thank you.
Can I say something? If
Sure.
it's okay. So I represent Big Tree Bottles. We just took up the store 2 years ago, not even 2 years, year and a half in 2024. And we're still trying to figure out, but I think a lot of the portion where we are is industrial. So I'm just kind of adding to the fact there's not much residents in the area.
Who are you?
Big Tree Bottles.
Victory?
Big,
Big
B-I-G,
Tree,
Big
Big Tree.
Tree.
First one.
Oh, Big
On
Tree.
43
Okay,
Boulevard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
no, that's
sorry.
okay.
I got you. Big Tree Bottles. Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So most of it is industrial, so that cuts the sales in half, especially the area where I am, the 2 of the buildings are dead and there is no construction over there. So whatever is in the neighborhood, if we have one more adding to it, it will really hit us hard. And right now, like we all know, we are all surviving. Sales are declining. Even mine, I bought it from the previous owner, but they're a lot less now. And we try to support the local people who are distributing so that we help the community with that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Andrew, and this is my dad, Jianjin. He's the owner of New Wilson Liquors. And we've been here around since 2014. And I have to say, like, I agree with everyone else's statement so far. This proposed place is very close to already 5 licensed liquor stores. And I feel like this area already is clearly saturated. I feel like the existing stores like serve our community well. And I think instead it would like increase, if we added another liquor store, to increase the license density in already concentrated corridor. I feel like over-concentration of liquor stores can negatively affect neighborhood stability, public perception, and long-term community balance. And for these reasons,
But your store is doing better than 24 by the metrics that mine are a little bit different than his. So I have 1.3, but let me just, it would be 1.077. His would be, Commissioner De Leon would be at 1.4. So Commissioner De Leon's numbers would have you at 1.4 for 25, up from 1099, and I would have you at 1.3. So you're doing better. So you're competing well in that area, right?
So from my understanding, I work part-time at the liquor store.
Yeah.
And from what I've been told is a lot of the traffic right now, it's dying down. It's
Okay,
like.
Maybe not for yours, but here's why I'm asking you these questions, other than the fact that you're going up 30%, is that I don't understand why some stores shouldn't be competed out of business, unfortunately. 5 o'clock forever has to be not only not making money, but they must be getting crushed and losing money. And I don't understand why they should even be on this list, which they have to be.
It's a new store, so I think it's hard to say that they're not going to. The point is that if they continue to grow, it's going to take from these other businesses. I
And
think
it's got
that's the point.
104,000
But
from
they're
2023.
Bushwick, right? I don't understand how you're getting that there's growth because you are
No, no.
looking at what?
He is Wilson. Wilson.
No, Wilson? I thought he was Bushwick.
You're
No,
Wilson.
Wilson.
You're
you're
Wilson.
Wilson.
Wilson's up between approximately 25 to 35%, depending on whose metric, which we don't even know is correct.
Well, either way,
Okay?
they were flat between
But-
21 to 24.
Okay, so
That's how I look at it.
you're filling you're filling to me, you're filling the competitive vacuum. And then that other store at the bottom, 5 o'clock, they had their license in 4/24/23, and there is no way that they are not writing down losses for some other business that they have because they're getting crushed and they shouldn't even be there. So my analysis to them is you're going to see is what are they bringing here? Because there's one store that's on the ropes. Your store is doing very well, I think. Is that a fair statement?
I believe that is a fair statement, but I also believe that adding, like, just from that knowledge that the other store is not doing well, I think like just adding another store is not gonna be like.
Okay, I
yeah.
appreciate your statement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, when 5 o'clock was approved, that was one of the main things that I said, that
Are you 5 o'clock?
Bushwick Liquors,
You're who?
Bushwick Liquors, on
Oh,
300
Bushwick,
feet away
okay.
from 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So I've been in the area for 15 years, and Bushwick is an area that's still not upcoming. The new generations, they're not drinking, and
Yeah.
my sales are dropping. I lost 100 grand so far last year
Yeah, that's crazy.
because the sales are not increasing.
I gotcha.
And I carry everything, wines, liquor, everything, New York, everything in the book I carry, and I still can't get the sales up. And on Bushwick,
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't cut you off. Do you have anything more you want to say?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
All right.
I do just want to specify that.
And I'll just note for you, sir.
Yes.
Since we're on Bushwick Liquors, you're up, according to the metric, and mine is more conservative than Commissioner DeLeon, by my numbers, which when I do it, I actually prorate it to 10/8/25. Then I do my division. And I have a more conservative multiple than the Commissioner DeLeon, but even my number has you up $123,000 from the year before. So at least two of you in this neighborhood are doing much better.
I'm done. I don't know what numbers you have.
Well, I have 518,624 as of 10/8/25. So I divided 518.24 by 9.25. Okay, right? Okay. I divided it by that, and then I came up with a number, and I only do a 13 multiple, and that comes to 728. And if I do the 14, I'm doing it right now, it's 785. So good, congratulations to you. I hope you make $10
What's
million.
your year end?
I don't have that.
You have a
It's
calendar.
probably going to be in the 600s.
What's that?
It's probably going to be around the 600s.
Okay. 600s for 25 or for 26?
25, because that was last year's.
Because you had 518 with 3 months to go.
2 months ago. No,
No,
November and
10/8,
December.
10/8, you had 2/3 of October.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm actually
Gotcha.
saying that you're doing a good job. Unfortunately, what does that mean that there's room for somebody else? I don't know. But to me, your objective analysis looks good. So.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
A lot of that is the price increases rather than the actual.
It could be. There's so many factors, which is why I'm a qualitative guy. That's why I want to hear what they're going to win their own case or lose it with me.
And last little thing is 5 o'clock, just to clarify, is a specialty shop.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
So just in terms of understanding the demographics.
Sounds like a hobby to me. 5 o'clock.
I mean, they put in a lot into that shop.
Okay.
I can't-
All right, I think we're good.
We'll get, because the applicant needs an opportunity to speak.
Thank you for giving us a chance to make the case, although a lot of this stuff is repetitive. I want to thank you for just hearing out what each of the stores is giving. And I agree with most of what you guys are saying, that everybody should have the opportunity to to keep their store or to better it so they can have a better financial situation in their future. But from our situation, what each of us are saying, also having an industrial type neighborhood and having very little growth in terms of the type of growth you want to see in your customers, which is having them repeat and wanting to spend more each transaction.
From everyone. We heard this from everyone.
Yeah, so I do want to say that with the kind of service and being open till late at night, giving deliveries, and keeping like local type of merchandise. And I'm pretty sure being in the neighborhood for 10, 12, 5 years, I hope to be there someday also. But for making a profit, I want to see that having put like 10, 12 hours per day into the store, I don't want it to just be so that I can come home and break even or even be in a loss, say 5 years from now, if there's 2 or 3 more stores in the neighborhood doing the same exact thing. And even then, when the rents go high.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate that this store is in the interest of public convenience and advantage. The proposed store would be a mainstream store, a small mainstream store. It's about 403 square feet of retail space and a 468 square foot footprint. And it would be the only store along Flushing Avenue, as you heard from the opposition as well. Flushing Avenue is a major thoroughfare. It's a major commuting channel. And if you look all the way from Brooklyn sort of into Queens, there's actually no main street. There's no stores at all on Flushing Avenue. And so the applicant, and I'll let him speak in a minute too, doesn't feel like he's actually dividing and taking away business from any of the existing stores. He's actually attracting customers to the area that might otherwise only purchase in Queens or near their offices. But now they're commuting and there is parking. It's commercial parking. So it's a quick and easy stop. People who are driving along Flushing Avenue or going to the restaurants, and it is heavily industrial, but there are a pocket of a couple of like fancier, more upscale restaurants. They might not know that Bushwick Liquors or Wilson Avenue Liquors exist if you're going to Flushing Avenue or you're along Flushing Avenue. Of the 5 stores, only 2 of them are within 1,000 feet. One of those is a mainstream store. Of the 5 stores as well, only 2 of them are mainstream stores. And I actually didn't get the Bushwick Avenue sales for some
Okay,
reason.
I'd like to know that with that. I want you to define that because I'm going to tell you what I think of this whole neighborhood.
And so I'll
I
also let
I think the neighborhood needs a 2,500 square foot store to that would fix the whole problem. But you tell me why those other ones.
Right. Well, again, 5 o'clock forever is I would even describe it. I described it on my map as ultra boutique. It is a wine only store. It's not a wine and liquor store, and it is literally natural wines only. So, that is not remotely in the ballpark of what this store offers. Wine Nose is also focused on, I would describe it as a boutique store, heavily natural wines and spirits. Big Tree Bottles is also a more boutique store, and it's several blocks above, off of Flushing Avenue. So really the only stores that have sort of comparable inventory are Bushwick Liquors and Wilson. And both of those stores have pretty robust sales. And yet neither of those stores is on Flushing Avenue. They're both servicing a neighborhood that's a little bit further off. And I would like to let Howard speak because he knows the neighborhood better than anyone else. He was born and raised there, lives near there, and I let him also add to why he thinks this store is in the interest of public convenience and advantage.
How are you? I prepared a 2-minute statement. Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing my application today. My name is Howard Goldspiel, and I'm applying to operate a 400 square foot retail liquor store at 987 Flushing Avenue. I'm ready to open. I am a lifelong resident of this neighborhood, Bushwick and East Williamsburg area, and I'm also a 5-year public school, high school social studies teacher in my community. I have a strong personal interest in operating a business that is responsible, well-managed, and beneficial to my surrounding community for years to come. I actually ran across this empty space by walking in my community. This is something I do. I don't understand the foot traffic because I walk in my community a lot. I actually been to Bushwick Liquor and Wilson Liquor. And I think being a teacher, I actually got the idea from being around professionals that taught me that drinking can be done responsibly and it can be done in celebration. The proposed location sits directly on Flushing Avenue, a major commercial and transportation corridor connecting Brooklyn and Queens. I acknowledge customers traveling along Bushwick Avenue must leave the primary traffic route to cross these stores, which reside on their own large avenues, Bushwick and Wilson. Although I work professionally as an educator and pursue my master's, I live within close proximity to the store and will maintain active involvement. I come from a family with a small business experience, which helped finance the store. This is intended to be a long-term, stable business operated with accountability and community respect. And also, I think the traffic area, that narrative is because I don't think there's a lot of activism done in the Bushwick community, East Williamsburg community. I think there's a really bad connotation with the L train, as I think they will know that there's a divide between the L train and the M train. And there's like these gray areas where people have these ideas that it's not safe to walk around. So I think we really do need to change the narrative of our community, because I think a lot of professionals, like teachers like myself, they taught me that it's okay to buy gifts for other colleagues. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions?
Sure.
It's probably in your application, but to make it easy for you, and to be bulletproof or non-bulletproof.
Non-bulletproof.
And what hours do you plan, would you,
Yeah, I plan to be there every day after school and when I'm not studying for my master's.
how long would the store be open?
Sure, I have the hours right here. Monday through Saturday, 1 p.m. to 12 p.m. and on Sundays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Now, we all use Google Maps and you can kind of do a whole, and see what
Yes.
the area looks like. So I know those are important. That questions.
Yeah.
Story buildings, it looks very commercial. What do you anticipate the pedestrian and vehicle traffic to be at off hours?
Yeah, by off hours, are you referring to 9 to 5? Sure, sure. Well, actually, I go right up the block from 987 Flushing. There's a precinct right in front of a Little League Park where I used to play. And I do believe that with proper activism and proper communal work, we can make this a high pedestrian traffic area. It's a big nightlife scene, but I also think the nightlife crowd needs to be involved into what the early day crowd would look like, I do believe across the street there is a renovation for a restaurant to open. And behind, there's a lot of small boutique shops that actually bought this shirt from. It's my good luck shirt. So I do believe that it is an ethnography thing, like a theoretical framework around Bushwick and East Williamsburg, that there is a very negative scene. So I do believe we have to counter narrative that it's 9 to 5, but a community is together outside of 9 to 5.
What kind of products do you plan to carry?
Sure. So the name is called MIXTECA Spirits, acknowledging the indigenous name of Mexico before it was colonized by Spain. So I do believe, and also an inquiry approach and asking people, hey, what do you want the store to be? I believe it's a good icebreaker to ask people, hey, look, what would you like to see in this neighborhood? And it's a great propaganda agitation piece to get the community involved in other stuff.
All right, so I'm looking at the numbers here. I'm counting how much everybody's doing down between the year 23 and 24. From what I have, I can probably estimate that the down drop is overall about 340,000 of the market. The new store only make up about 244 of it, which means that overall we're collectively losing about $100,000 of sales between the year 23 and 24. I'm just looking at that right now because that's the year end I have for the full year.
Is that
So,
across both the boutique and the mainstream? I didn't get
yes,
full
I'm
sales.
looking at, well, whatever. I'm looking at demand. My job is to look at overall demand. I mean, there are different people selling different things and people going into this niche market. I just don't know that the demand is there because they're all fighting very desperately over local drinkers. And it's already an industrial area where, you know, the nightlife, et cetera, but I just am not seeing people coming to the clubs and then buying a bottle and chucking it. Is that what we're trying to promote here? So like, I'm just not really seeing the need for another store. How do you respond to that?
Sure, absolutely. I think those concerns are very acknowledged, and I believe that all stores, even if I'm denied today, I believe the stores that are present have a right to involve the community, because as a high school teacher and middle school teacher in the neighborhood, I believe parents have been displaced. I talk to parents all the time, and I think it can be a great way to really involve the art gallery that is around, murals from Boricua artists, from Mexican artists, from Dominican artists that are around the Bushwick neighborhood, you know, that are down Flushing Avenue. The nightlife and the 9 to 5 scene are very, how can I say, like capitalist inventions. And I do believe that the narratives of what does it look like to be part of a community 24/7, and if you want to move into this community is something that is going to take a lot of work. And I hope that my fellow community members will have me.
All right.
Are the members ready to vote, or do you have any further questions?
No, we're ready to vote.
I think if Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready.
Well, again, thank you everybody for appearing and for the presentations.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you know, we can go back and we can use math and statistics any kind of way. But I like to see what the trends are. I use amortization. I see where were we in 2004? Where are we in 2005? It doesn't mean that 2005 is going to be successful. And when I do that, man, the stores that are here today all would make a little.
Off.
Oh. But don't tell me I have to say all that again.
No, go ahead.
All the stores that are present here today in opposition are projected to make more money in 2025 than they did in 2024. Even 5 O'Clock, which is a wine niche store, reported 244,556 in 2024. For 2025 through April 30th, 2025, they reported $101,301. Everybody knows I divide that by 4 and multiply by 14 to account for a holiday bump. That would give them in 2025, $354,553. So it's not great growth, but it is an upward trend. This is a small store. And as I look on Google Maps, this pretty much is an industrial stretch. There really is nothing else. That's why I asked about traffic, especially in off hours. But there is no other liquor store on that avenue. 5 O'Clock is around the corner. It's either Bushwick or Forest. Winos, I see, or kind of off of Melrose and Central. New Wilson on Wilson Avenue. But none on the actual strip. So with all that said, I will vote to approve. I hope you can make a go of it, okay? And, you know, I think there is public convenience and advantage on being right there on Flatbush Avenue, as no one else is. So I hope it works out.
Commissioner Mann.
Okay, I need to say, be a little bit more lengthy than I usually am. Ordinarily, your outstanding presentation and presence and your attorney, but you in particular is who I look at. If you were in another place where everybody was not as sharp as they are, I've got everybody here I'm impressed with, and usually there's going to be one side that I'm not impressed with. And you've been sitting here today, and you saw somebody else sit here who maybe didn't have a management skill that you demonstrate and articulate. You hear me? Okay, so you pass. Okay. The odd thing is, in this weird area, I'm going to call it a weird area, they pass too. So what became my problem here is I truly believe a 2,000 square foot store is an easier yes than your store, because I think a 2,000 square foot store is going to do $3 million here. Okay? But I have to balance this. I think your store is too small, but I think I go down the list. I see your management skills. You articulated yourself perfectly. You're willing to have a long-term lease, 100K. Everybody there's good. And here's really, I didn't make up my mind till I heard you. And they made it difficult for me. There's a store here who's just somebody's hobby or write-off or something here. And so that's where you slide in. And for that reason, I say yes, but I think all the stores here are too small.
All right,
Chair.
thank you. I'm gonna vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next is 17 Hempstead Turnpike Liquor Store, Inc. 17.
We are the applicant.
All right, I have two protests on the record. I don't see them here. All right, this is a store that is 2,160 square feet with 648 square feet of retail space. This is a 2-minute drive from Belmont Park. All right, go ahead.
Can you introduce yourself? Sorry.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Hang Chen. I represent the applicant who is Hempstead Turnpike Liquor Store, Inc. Our location is here. And this area is a 4 minutes drive to our store. 2 minutes and 2 minutes. This is a big shopping center. And this is UBS Arena, which is rebuilt and will open September this year. And I need reading glasses. And the racing in downstate New York will all bring to here.
What?
The racing.
Racing?
Yeah,
Like
the horse racing.
The horse track, the Belmont?
Yeah, horse track.
Okay.
And before, it was unused if there is no like a racing season. However, this will be a new, bring in a crowd over 100,000 people. Before the renovation, this was unused off season. Now it's back to every day season. And it's a 45 acre. It's a big area. And UBS Arena is opened in 2021, just 1 year. You could see on the article and newspapers, and bring up to 17,500 people for hockey game, and up to 18,500 people for concerts, because they hold 40 hockey games annually and more than 150 music, sports, entertainment events a year. So they host more than 1.4 million guests.
Okay, that's
just
fine,
the
but
first
as I
year.
said before, I hope that you're not expecting people to pull over and buy a bottle and then somehow sneak it into the arena or chuck it in the car and try to go in. That would not be in the interest of public safety.
I just want to emphasize our landlord who's there 35 years, own this business, the plaza. And he has a letter support we submit. There is 3,000 permanent jobs. That means people will live there. It's not just moving around.
Okay.
We just talked
That's
about
fine.
it previously.
So there's a lot of traffic and a lot of employment there.
Yes.
Fair enough.
And our store is in the section which is a special, the big road. We have a business here. And this gentleman was there for over 18 years, run a business restaurant, right?
That's right.
And he knows this area very well. So that's why he back to the area and do the business again.
Yeah.
And he's a business owner. He knows how to run business.
Are you Attorney Chen?
Yes.
Okay, so I wrote, here's my notes.
Okay.
3/2/26, good letter.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Did the members have any questions or?
Will you, you have a real estate company, sir?
Yes.
Are you gonna continue with the real estate company?
你还继续吗？
Yeah.
你继续怎么做这个？
你说 no.
Okay. He said no real estate. He will devote to this business.
Okay, because the application said he would continue. You're telling us no?
No.
I'm sorry, you're not going to be an investor anymore? You're just going to do the liquor store?
Yes.
Okay. But you own this building?
No, he doesn't.
No, he does not. He's renting.
Mhm.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
The members ready to vote?
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
Not a big, I mean, it's 2160 in terms of square feet, but the retail is only 648. Significant investment here of $140,000. I don't have really any figures for 2025 with the exception of one store, Robamar, and they showed a decrease of about 500,000 for 2025 over 2024 in projected gross sales. And then we had a transfer in April of 2025 and another one in June of 2025. So I'm I just don't know that I have enough information here. And I'm kind of concerned that there's enough of a demand right now. The stores seem to line up almost in a line with Prince, Robamar, both being on, I guess that's Hempstead Turnpike, right? And then you would be the third one, but you would be the closest one to UBS Arena.
May I explain? Because this is a big main road. People will not cross the highway to go the other area. My clients are in the shopping center, which has 27 stores there. The shopping center.
Where this store is going to be located? Is that what you're saying?
In a shopping center which has 27 stores already. Will be one of them. So basically, people will not cross the road to here. And this is far from us. So we are here.
I mean, you know, we had protests, but they did not appear. It's a close call for me. It's a tough one for me. I'm going to give you a chance.
Appreciate.
All I can say is good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of things that are in play there. And yes, there is a growth and development and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But we've also have people being transferred in and we don't have really numbers for 2025. It's so, but you have a significant investment here. You didn't talk about what you plan to do. You know, we're voting now, so I shouldn't do that. I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I voted to approve, and that's my vote.
Appreciate.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, this was very close for me too. Just one of my notes is somebody new is needed in this area. Then
Don't you say that about every area?
I do, when they're downtrodden areas, I'd like to see some good management come in. So I do say that a lot. So you're not special for that, okay?
Appreciate.
But you are special for the way you presented your yourself today?
We did a lot. We tried to impress yourself.
I was very,
The
very
book.
close. I have a problem with depressed areas, especially now, this is more rural than the one we had before. I don't like small stores in rural, and I know it's not rural, it's Long Island. I don't like small stores coming in to breathe blood into the area, but, so I was really close, but you convinced me today, so I'm gonna vote yes, but I don't know what I would have done before I heard from you today.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. Two of the closest stores are new. One is the Bulletproof store. The second closest store is doing flat numbers, and the fourth one is doing increasing numbers. This has obviously a great location, and that there's a lot of employment, traffic, and also visitors that are coming from around the state to visit Belmont Park. So I'm going to vote to approve, and thank you for your map.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you
Sorry
so
for the
much.
long wait.
Next is number 2, Raj Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Neil Trivedi on behalf of Raj Wine and Liquors, Inc. Looking to open up a packaged liquor store at 9508 B 35th Avenue in Jackson Heights. And we are seeking a replacement store. It used to be a liquor store. It is currently, the signs and everything is on the store itself, still has a liquor license signs there. Prior to my client signing the lease, I have Mr. Gurvinder Singh, and I have the property manager as well, who's the landlord for the premises. For about 18 years, this location was a liquor store. There was a transfer that took place in maybe 2024, 2025. For apparently some reason, the liquor store was closed for personal reasons. There was a bankruptcy or a family dispute. My client found out about the location through Empire sales rep. He communicated with the landlord and obtained a lease directly from the landlord. So he has nothing to do with the prior operation of the liquor store at all. We do find that it's in public convenience and advantage to have a liquor store that was already an existing liquor store for past 18 years. The proximity and saturation, again, there is a void here in this location since there was a liquor store for many years. As far as the gross sales of the area, there is a liquor store that's on 37th Avenue Liquor, which is 0.3 miles away, that you can see that there was an increase in sales from 2021 to 2024 of about 38%. Other stores are fairly stable in their sales. And my client feels that he's an experienced principal. He's currently working at a liquor store in Valley Stream. I have also the employer with me right now, who's actually recommending him that he move on and purchase a liquor store.
Right, but that's not the uncle's store.
That's not the uncle's store, no.
Okay, so are you aware that in the application, he was
Yes.
using the uncle's email address?
Yeah, he's my client, actually.
Who's your client? The uncle?
The uncle, yes. He gave
He's
me
the
a rep.
uncle?
Yeah. No, not the uncle, not the uncle.
I'm sorry. In the application, you use the uncle's email address who has another store.
Okay.
And the uncle is not here, right?
No, are you the uncle? No, he's not the uncle.
Okay.
I just work for him. He's an employer.
So you have to explain to me how the uncles who apparently have nothing to do with this, his email address is on the application.
I represented the uncle in a purchase of a house. And he's the one who gave me the reference of
of him to apply for a liquor store.
How does the email, how does he get?
I don't know, my secretary put the email, because the uncle had called my office. I had given it to my secretary, Amreen, to file for
So the
application.
uncle is the one who called your office to
My
start
office,
this-
yeah. So he was the contact person initially, but since then I have not spoken to him.
And
I've
he
been
was the
given-
contact person?
Yes, yes. He's a
Okay.
reference.
All right, I think that's enough.
I just have the employer here just in support of this application.
Who is Karishma Morjani?
He's a friend of my client who's actually helping in order to finance the deal.
And he's the owner of Prevail Holdings Group LLC?
Probably.
She does like a 3 technology company for the credit card processing, ATM, and then all those she does.
So Prevail Holding is a technology company, is that what you just
Right.
said?
Credit card processing company,
And then
yes.
ATM, she was.
Yeah, so they're, and then for the last 1 year, my client has been paying rent of $6,000 and working at that store, and then on part-time, he also drives Uber. I believe that my client has the experience. He feels that there's a need of a good liquor store at this location. He can concentrate on the wine. He's also dedicated to give about 25% of the retail space to just dedicate it for New York wine itself. He's very knowledgeable of the wine and liquor. I will ask him to also suggest or give you some explanations as to how he can increase the sales.
I don't need that. I just need to understand how a 25-year-old have the credit to get a $460,000 loan from an individual. Where is that coming from?
Go ahead.
And I don't see the promise on.
Where's
that
man? So, good afternoon. My name is Gurjinder Singh. So she's my friend's wife, so he's very closer to me. So she was lending to me money. I'm not using like a 450 altogether, but I'm gonna use 150 so I can, if I need more, so I can ask her. I need only the 150 for the inventory and the renovate the store. So that way I can proceed my store. I don't need to use all of them, but I need to use 150.
So who's your friend?
Yeah.
She's a Krishma Murjani.
No, you just said,
That's-
you said the husband is your friend.
Yeah.
So who's your friend?
He's a Karan Murjani.
Karan, K-A-R-A-N.
Her husband.
K-A-R-I-S-N.
Her husband.
K-A-R-A-N.
So you're friends with the husband, not the wife?
I have a good, both of them, I go their house and then we have a good
So
friend
you're friends
relationship.
with a man whose his spelling of his first name is K-A-R-I-N.
K-A-R-A-N.
A-N,
Correct.
and his wife is Karishma.
Yes.
And Karishma's got all the dough.
Uh-huh.
What does your friend do?
They're in the same business.
Yeah, they're doing together like a credit card processing and the ATM, all those ATM machines.
Do they have a liquor store?
No, not at all.
And is this gentleman here, I don't mean to be.
He's just an
funny,
employer.
Is he your uncle also?
No, he's my boss actually. He referenced to him.
He's not.
No, he's the boss. That's it.
What's your name?
Sam.
What's your last name?
Singh.
Okay, so we're getting to a common surname in this application. And what's your first name?
Sukhwinder.
Suprinder.
Yes.
Spell that one.
S-U-K-H-W.
It's S-U-K-H?
Yes.
Sukhwinder?
Yes.
And do you have a liquor store?
Yes.
You have a liquor store.
Yes.
You're his employer.
I'm the employer and he's working with me since COVID.
He's working for you
Yeah.
since COVID. And then you are the reason that Mr. Trivedi's involved.
Yes.
Is that right?
I'm just a lawyer representing him for
I
this
understand that, but
application.
he's the referral source.
No, he's the uncle who gave me the reference.
Yeah, he's the referral source. He referred the client, like people do.
Yeah.
The application says that he works for his uncle.
No.
But
So-
we have, this is not his uncle.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. So he's my boss, right? He recommended me because I didn't know anything about the about the attorneys because I have the knowledge because I work in 5 years in the liquor store. I didn't know anyone attorneys. So he recommended me to him because and then I got to him.
Okay, but you also work for your uncle's store, right?
No, he's my boss. I work for him.
I know, but you have an uncle who has a store.
He's not my uncle, he's my boss. I mean, I don't have any relation with him.
You gotta answer the question.
Okay.
Okay, listen to the question.
Do you have an uncle who has a liquor store?
No.
Okay.
So the application used your email address.
Yeah.
You said the application used
Why
your
do we see
client,
their
his uncle's email address. However, it's his email address. That is not his uncle. Can you explain?
I mean, it's just, it's not an uncle, like uncle in the sense of relationship uncle. I mean, it's not a,
Like bloodline, consanguinity uncle?
Yeah,
So
it's
there's
just-
different sort of an uncle, you're saying?
yeah, it's an uncle in
Okay,
the.
we get that.
In the society, in the
But you
society.
said that your office made the error of entering an email address on this application because you represented his uncle
Yes,
in a real estate matter.
Yes.
Who is not this gentleman, correct?
yes, yes.
Okay, but this gentleman's name is the name in the email address
Okay.
that you entered in the application.
Email is easy. Well, that's his email. He's my boss. He
Okay,
recommended
so
me.
it's an uncle and then basically his boss as well.
Now he's
I don't know.
No, may I explain for?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So I work for him,
I
right?
think that it's,
He recommended me. That's why I bring him in because I want to clarify he's not involved with my business. That business I'm on the Rajwan, I'm the president for that. So he doesn't involve. So I request him because he's working. I request him can he go with me to clarify to the members of the board? So I have no relation. I mean, I have no.
But that's not the problem. The problem is the paperwork and the representation today. They don't jive. And that's a concern. That's a concern for us.
Sir?
Yes.
Here's, I'll speak from my seat. And you saved up $15,000. I don't know if you just got out of college 3 years ago. I don't know your background, but whatever it is, you saved up $15,000. That's good. Okay. Now somebody's giving you a $460,000 loan, which is insanely remarkable for somebody with almost zero. You're a brand new investor in a liquor store, which I hope you have someday. And now it's taken us 10 minutes, including me, who's kind of rooting for you. It's taken us 10 minutes to figure out who that man is. And we've got 3 different answers.
No.
It's concerning.
All right. So may I clear? I mean, he's my boss, right? And he recommended me to him because I don't know any lawyers. So he referenced me
What's
to
his
him.
name?
So Sukhwinder Singh.
Okay, I have a
email
statement that
address.
says
That's
that
the email.
Sukhwinder
Is
Singh
right.
is your uncle.
In misplaced, he's a secretary using his email, and then he tell it to me. Sir, why would your email come to me? Because I'm not involved with any of your processing Rajwan and liquor. So I called to Mr. Trivedi. So I was like, what's
all
going
right.
on?
I think that there's just enough confusion here that it's not going to get clarified.
So I think the members are going to go ahead and
Well, can we
vote.
talk about the location?
No, I think that fitness and character and it's just there are just a lot of questions here that's not going to get resolved.
But that's why I
And
brought
not
him
enough
here
for us
to.
to grant a store.
Yeah, but this is not, there's nothing happening here other than him being an owner of the store that he's been working for the 5 years, and at the same time.
Application that does not jive, does not mesh with the representation that we're receiving.
I understand that, but that's something that my secretary, by mistake, put it in email, and we were focusing too much on the email rather
Okay,
than the
we
location
could-
and on the
we could do
character of
that,
the
but
client.
it's also, there's a $460,000 loan that.
Because he
there's
works
no-
at a store that how much can he really save? And for the last, let me explain, for the last 1 year, for the last 1 year, he's been paying rent of $72,000.
Promissory note is $14,000 a month, and he's got $6,000 rent. He's got to come up with $20,000 every month.
Yes, so that's why he's been paying the landlord $6,000 for the last 1 year.
Is he
He got,
paying the $14,000 that he's gonna have to pay on the promissory note?
well, that's from the proceeds of the sales of the business, from the liquor store. And that's why I have the landlord here as well, why she also feels that there's a need for a liquor store. There was already a liquor store. And she can vouch that for the last 1 year that he's been paying $72,000. That's $6,000 a month.
Yeah, when I'm not here, I have my own clients. And if I don't get their paperwork right, that's on me. I'm not gonna go, to a judge or to one of my clients and say, well, it's my secretary's fault, it's my assistant's fault, it's my associate's fault. Ultimately, it's my.
It is my fault, so I'm obviously here.
Well, you could have cleared all this up before you got here.
No, but that's why we're just.
You're also making inconsistent statements as you stand here.
As you stand here, yeah.
Do you understand that? It's very difficult to move past that, I think.
We had a whole
So,
conversation
but
about
if-
who's an uncle. All right, I think.
But beyond
the
that, you
members-
can't deprive him of an
Yeah, Mr.
opportunity of a
Trivedi, the
liquor
members-
store, regardless of what that email is, right?
May
I mean, here's a,
Presentations you made just now.
No, may I say something? I mean, as a 460,000 loan, so I'm not using everything. So I'm using like 150 to fill up my store. I can give them back. I mean, they give me 32 month like a limit. So I can give them, I'm using only 150. So I was working in a liquor store and then part-time I was doing Uber Eats for like a couple hours.
Got a question for you.
Yes.
How many months of rent have you?
Can I
paid?
just say?
I want him to answer. How many months of
So, all right.
$6,000 have you paid all the way to today? How many months?
9 months I paid for it.
Okay, that's 54,000.
Yeah.
Where did you get the 54,000?
I pay, he gave it to me a check for $4,500. My boss gave it to me because I work for him.
Now we got another problem.
Okay.
I think you need to stop, because you're really just making it worse. And I don't think you understand how you're making it worse. The money and where the money comes from is very important to us.
So
we have different information than you just gave us. Now on 2 occasions. I'm sorry, but I cannot approve this application.
Okay. Commissioner Mayo?
Okay, I was going to abstain because I did want to hear Mr. Trivedi finish, but
Can I just?
there are such
No, ma'am.
complications here.
No.
There's just too many things not said, even for me. I'm a little bit more tolerant. So based on what's in front of me, I also say no.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny with cause. Do not ever try to do that again.
All right, application's been denied. Thank you. Okay. All right, and next is 19, ARLIS Wines and Liquors Corp.
Okay. That was insane.
1 second, Mr. Lopez. Like every single time. Okay.
All right, if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure.
I know.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ezekiel Gomez. I am the representative.
Yeah, never, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Which
No, no.
number are we at?
We're number,
We're already here, so.
I'm smiling, so let's go.
Last one.
Okay.
number 19.
Number 19. Okay, hang on a minute. All right. And then we have 2 that didn't show apparently.
This is a request for reconsideration.
Yes,
Yes, it's a request for, okay, let me begin again. My name is Ezekiel Gomez. I am the representative of ARLIS Wines and Liquors Corp. To the left of me, I have the president, Danny Sines. The reason it's up for reconsideration is because we missed our board meeting last year, and it got denied based on that. So we applied for an alteration. We have a small business. It's a small business located in 248 East 204th Street. And we've been operating since 2009. We had no issues. Our neighborhood was mostly 2 to 3 family homes. And throughout the years, they have been converting into co-op housing and low-income housing as well. Our demographic has changed drastically, especially within the last 2 years. So we are requesting for not entire close off with the bulletproof glass, but an L shape. We wanted to move our counter from the back of the store to the front, sideways. I'm not sure if you have the diagrams in front of you, and remove the big table that is housing a lot of the wines inside the store, creating more space and flexibility for the customers that come in. Like I said, it's a very small store. And also with the addition of the bulletproof encasing, since the removal of the table housed a lot of wines, we want to put shelves on the glass. Because a lot of the products that were behind the table, although clients had access, they rarely came behind the table. So a lot of the products that were on the lower shelves were not visible. Aside from that, our area has taken an increase in theft, robbery, and crime. We have experienced this ourselves in the store, especially in the last 2 years. One repeated offender has came and taken 4 times. We called NYPD. There's nothing you can do. They just keep coming back. They'll take it and run off. So as I mentioned, the proposed is an L shape. The wines is going to be available. And as we're going to have 2 doors, one on the left side and one on the right side. So when it's not nighttime, it's going to be available to the customers to come in, have a full look of the store, see, touch whatever bottles they need.
Well, you're giving us a lot of why we should consider the application on the merits, but we have to decide reconsideration first.
Oh, apologies.
And so the reason that you're asking us to reconsider is that you missed the last board appearance?
Yeah, we missed the last board appearance. We had an emergency. I reconsidered. We got approved.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it took almost 8 to 9 months to get this hearing, and that's why we're here.
You didn't reconsider, you sought reconsideration and it was granted for you to come here to now also again seek for the board to vote to reconsider your application. I just want to clarify. And the 2 of you are the applicants?
No, I'm the representative. Oh, yes, I'm the representative of the applicant.
He's a solo applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Why didn't you come last time?
Honestly, I had an emergency and he was out of the country. When I realized it landed on the same date, it was already too late for me, and I sent an email to try to reschedule, but they told me it was already past the cutoff time. I sent the email the same day, and yeah, that's what happened.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let's vote on reconsideration. They were not here last time.
Commissioner De Leon,
I grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya,
Yes.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna grant reconsideration as well.
Do you have any further questions for them on the application?
No further
Yeah,
questions.
getting,
So,
Go ahead.
well, getting to the merits of this, what you gave us was, I'm looking at a letter here, who's this? Oh, from Danny, you're Danny, right?
yes.
It said that the reason was to downsize payroll, maximize profit, more convenient to the licensee, to the public, it sounds like. And as you know, bulletproofing, we kind of consider not an advantage, but a disadvantage to the public. So I'm not seeing that this is really in the best interest of the public.
If you
Yeah,
would
I understand that you have your motivations to cut your payroll and what was the other reason? And to maximize your profit.
Okay, if you would allow me, sir, in the area that we're in, with the increase in population that we have, in the nighttime, it could get pretty rough. Like I said, you call NYPD if it's not a shooting or a stabbing, they're not showing up for 2 to 3 hours. We've had situations where our employees have gotten threatened, and this is on file with the NYPD because the repeated offender, they actually caught him, luckily. It's more for the safety at night. We're the only store in that area. There's 2 other stores, approximately 0.4, and they close at around 9, 10 o'clock. We stay up until 12, especially on weekends. So it's mostly for the safety of our employees and also protecting our inventory. But for the majority part of the day, we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna leave those doors open so that the people could come inside, check whatever inventory we have, whatever bottles they want to look at, they could see. But in the nighttime, that neighborhood has changed drastically. It's no longer 2 to 3 family homes and families that come in and have a great spirit. Some people come in with attitude from earlier in the day and they take it out on you, or they take it out on the employees. So we're trying to minimize that. Or if you have something to say.
Have you actually been robbed? Any reported, do you have any police reports to support any problems you've had?
I could get you the police reports, yes.
But you don't have them today?
I do not have them today, no. But yes, we have reported to the NYPD, people taking out knives, people stealing bottles, stuff like that. And they actually caught one of the guys. And He's actually back around again.
Oh, that's a problem.
What bottles?
I'm sorry, say?
You were stealing what bottles?
Wine bottles. So the door, as soon as you open the door, there's there's casings of shells right there. So they would just come
You
in.
don't have the store, so it's already stocked?
It's an alteration.
No, we've been operating since 2009.
Yes. They already exist.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that point.
They're going from open to
The
board.
application.
Yes, we've been operating since 2009. No delinquencies, no problems with SLA, no issues.
I see, so you just want to add.
Yes. Yeah, we're trying to change the store around because, like I said, the people have changed around the area, and it also allows more flexibility, more room. Because the big table that we have right now.
Tell me about the table, yeah.
Oh, how long?
The table is, I'm sorry, my name is Danny Sainz. Like I said, the table is like this side, I built myself.
Okay.
And it's like this side, they have shelf. And I have wines on this side and I have wine on that side. But the people, when they can walk to the store, they cannot see what I have behind. And beside, they not see also the hard liquor that I have in this shelf because the whole table is in the long way. So I'm leaving that in that store saying, you give me the license almost every single day. And like he said, during the night, I really, maybe because I'm getting old, I get kind of a little scared because
Moving around pretty well.
during the night when everything is closed, especially in the winter time, and everything is closed, is if I feel that, and people come to the store and say, he say, the way people talk at this bro, and he say, yo, you open like this? You really? I said, well, till now, nothing big happened, but I want to get back home in case of anything. So I like to talk to my clients. I've been there for so many years. I know most of them, but like he said, the neighborhood been changing a lot because they have those big giant buildings. So
What would be the alternative if you didn't get this alteration?
if I don't have
If we vote no?
oh my God. Honestly, I got a little faith that I'm gonna, because for me, it's my safety. During the night, I can say, I stay right there with one of my employees. So like after 9 o'clock, I started feeling like, and having the experience with the guy, they came to take the bottle. I tried to talk to him. I don't know
How
him.
many years have you been there, sir?
In the store,
In that location?
since 2008.
2009.
Yeah, 2000. I never had no issue with nobody. I talk with my client with respect. Never have issue with nobody.
Would you close?
If I close,
Would you close? Do you feel you would have to close for your safety?
Like
Well-
close the store?
Yeah.
If we
You're not-
said no, would you have to close?
no. When I say close it with the glass.
No. Would you close the store? Would you give it up? Because you fear.
No, not really. No. That's my business. That's my. I educate my daughters with that business. So for me, it was a big opportunity. You guys at that
No,
time.
You're not, I don't think you're understanding the question. You had a spontaneous statement 2 minutes ago that said, oh my God, if you don't get the.
Oh, the glass?
Like, in other words, it sounded like fright. If you don't get it, are you not able to sustain your business? You have to close your business because.
No, it's just a peace of mind. It's a peace of mind that I'm gonna be like.
That's an honest answer.
If I may, the closing with the in bulletproof glass, we've had issues. The neighborhood is rough. I know you guys, I don't know if you've been to the Bronx a lot. It's in East 204th Street in the Bronx. We're literally in the middle of the block. So as he mentioned, when the businesses in the surrounding area close, we're the only ones there. Across from us is a laundromat. You got all different types of people that come in there. It's not a matter of we were shut down our business because we're afraid, but besides minimizing theft, we also want to protect our employees. I've had other clients where the patron actually took a bottle and started throwing it at.
Well, you want to protect your employees, but what you say in the application is that you would downsize your payroll.
Right now, there's 2 people that work in the morning, 2 people that work at night. We will minimize it to 1 person in the morning, besides the owner going at night to another person at night. That's eliminating 1 person.
Right, but
Yeah.
you're downsizing your payroll.
I mean, times is rough right now. It's been a little slow, I know you guys heard that all day, but it's the honest truth. Inflation has caused tough times.
Well, you know, first of all, I see the diagram, so you really would only have one side of the store open, right? Because it's an L that would cover. Okay.
Yeah, the long wall, it's a long wall. And besides that, yes, that long wall, we're proposing to leave it open, put all wines, all types of wines that people can see as it is right now. And then with the encasing, we have 2 doors where people would have access and we can leave it open and they could come in and see all of our inventory as opposed to 50%, because a lot of the shelves that the table is covering right now, if you're not tall enough, you cannot see below. And some people are hesitant to come around.
So if I look at this diagram, it looks like what you want to put behind the partition is a vending machine, the counter, the register.
The vending machine's already there. It's a lot of machine.
Right. It's a lot, but you want to put that behind the counter.
It's always, but no, it's not behind the counter. It's near it. It's next to it. That's what we're proposing. It's not behind the counter.
Behind the partition.
No, it's next to it.
The yellow.
So I guess the diagram, it's off, but it's next to it. That's what we're proposing. We can't put it behind because people wouldn't have access.
Right. I'm working with the diagram you gave.
Yes, sir. Apologies.
Okay. And the alcohol would actually be exposed. That's what it looks like on this diagram, but that's not what you want. You're saying something different.
No, we would have to amend that diagram then.
Do you want to try coming back and perhaps bringing some statistics, because you said you can? I would be interested in knowing if things that have happened in the store, things that have happened in the neighborhood, and you might want to clarify that diagram and fix that up. But I may be wrong about this, but the standard here is this going to be in the public's convenience? And by definition, putting up a partition isn't.
Okay, we also have another competitor.
And also doing it, to maximize profit and to downsize payroll isn't. And those are the problems that I have. But I'm willing, if my colleagues are, to hold off and give you an opportunity to kind of, I don't, quite frankly, I don't know if it'll even work, because it's almost by definition to us that putting up partitions is not advantageous to the public, where they cannot feel and touch and look at the products and that kind of stuff. And the reasons that you've given here, I don't think rise, in my opinion, and don't provide, a reason to grant the alteration. But if my colleagues feel that, we'll give you a shot to try to say something different, I don't know if it would work though. Now I think about it. I don't know what you guys think.
Turn it.
I'm willing to give a shot. Can we say that if the applicant comes back with crime stats, the things that have happened and that kind of stuff, and the neighborhood is more dangerous, is that anything that we can consider that trumps public convenience and advantage? Counsel?
I didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
If the reason to grant the alteration is the safety of the applicant, his concern over his own personal safety, which.
Want me to make an argument that they already kind of destroyed by his statements that they said?
Would that be justification when our standard is, when it's by almost per se against public convenience and advantage?
You're taking into consideration all the variables.
Right.
So it's not a variable. It's not the only variable. So
Which one?
No,
PCNA?
that is.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So you
So
can
we-
take into consideration what he's saying, but public convenience and advantages.
If I may add, I'm sorry. I apologize. If I may add, since we have increased population, like I mentioned, our store is small, but with the partition that we're proposing and the removal of the long table, this gives more flexibility to our clients to go further into our store and have more inventory view. It's not only the safety, but the flexibility, because
It's not going to be any more than they have now, because right now there's nothing.
No,
By definition, you're limiting, and you haven't had any problems, thank God. Thank God. I don't wish that upon you.
When you say problems as to,
Well, I mean, I've asked, and he said he's been there a long time, and thank God,
no, I've had employees get threatened. I had employees actually have fights with people, NYPD, if you don't, like I said.
Sorry, you're the rep or you own the store? 'Cause
No.
now you're saying I have employees.
I'm sorry, he's the
You
applicant.
guys are like close friends outside of here?
No, we're not close friends.
he couldn't.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got into the application. I apologize. The employees of the store, from what I've spoken to, they have gotten threatened themselves. Now, it's not all about safety, but as well, if I could amend that diagram and display, it's a small store.
Can we just like vote at this point? I mean, I don't know that more news articles about the
I
danger
don't
of the
see it. I'm
bugs.
trying to, work something out, but, I just don't think it works. Unfortunately, it's not the standard that we work with.
Would you allow me to bring in the stats and display?
I don't think it changes anything. I asked counsel, I don't think it necessarily changes anything.
All right,
Look, you've been there a long time. Thank God you haven't, nothing's happened. I appreciate that you have some concerns, but it's not, by definition, it just doesn't work. Legally, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work having the last
Because
one,
it's not in the public's convenience or advantage.
You've made an argument that it works for you, but you haven't made an argument that it works for your customers and the public. Not a convincing one yet to not, I'm assuming,
Yeah, you're right.
to Commissioner De Leon, who is now voting. And how would you,
Respectfully, I have to vote to deny.
and Commissioner Maya?
I think if he's trying to keep his place open where he could be there more safely, it is in the interest of the public. So I already voted to approve last time, so I vote to approve again.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Okay, so you've been approved.
you go. So you got
All
it.
that, there you
Thank
go,
you, guys.
all that.
Very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
It was worth it. And I want to add, I want to express my apologies for your college.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Really feel bad, and I will pray for the entire family.
Oh, thank
I
you.
know how it is to lose somebody in the job like this, and that was the reason that I couldn't come, because my father passed away at that time when I supposed to come here.
Yeah.
So I'm the oldest son, so,
Where are you from originally?
Huh?
Where are you from?
Honduras.
Been to more
Honduras,
funerals
okay.
than I care.
And again, thank you for the opportunity. You don't know how big it was for me. On that day, I was so happy.
Thank
And
you.
I help my family so much because the opportunity, guys, that you give me that day.
Okay.
All my own business.
All right, thank you very
sir.
much. Thank you,
Guess what?
thank you.
Now,
All
that
right.
was a very, what you said was very
Whenever I
nice.
would hear taps.
But
man,
I tell people, because I'm a lawyer, whenever we
I
win,
couldn't help but.
we get the hell out of the courthouse fast,
And the worst was.
All right.
okay?
Yeah, but I want
Hey.
to say that to you guys.
Yeah, I know,
I feel like, you
Sir.
know.
He's
I
just
feel,
being.
yeah, I feel
I'm
it.
being, don't worry, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. No,
That's nice of you.
11 and 12. What's
We
up?
have two more items. Thank you. All right, no more appearances. We have two more items. And
All right, Commissioner.
we have
11 and
number 11.
White funeral. Really, it was heartbreaking.
We have number 11, which is a new package store application, Grand Spirits LLC. We have not received anything.
We have not received anything?
Haven't received
All right,
it.
you guys want to deny or you want to hold it over?
I'd hold it over.
All right, hold it over.
If they
4,
don't show up
7.
next time, yeah.
Over to 4-7. Are you okay with that,
7?
Commissioner De Leon?
Yep.
And then 12 has been adjourned to 4-7 because the opposition attorney was unable to appear today due to a court appearance. And that's all I have.
All right, that's great.
Thank you.
All right.
Excellent.
Meeting's been adjourned.
Really good.